Hey folks, it's NCommander with yet another live stream, and yes, I did. Oh, sorry, I'm clipping. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, gauges are back in the good place. Okay, this is NCommander with another live stream, and once again, we've had a technical glitch when starting. One of these days, we will manage to not have that happen. And yes, I did make a typo when starting the logo because I do actually do that by hand. We are once again fundraising for National Network of Abortion Funds. The link's below. You'll see that the number has started at 2,126, I believe is what it was last time I looked. I'm really hoping we're going to get that up to 3K, but who knows. From last time, for those who don't know, we're doing some ancient software resurrection. Let's bring up the desktop and Facecam, where did you go? Hold on. Full screen. There you go. We're doing some ancient software resurrection, so let me pull a tab off and bring you over. So, 2 weeks ago at this point, the legendary Foone sent basically a message to Microsoft asking, hey, can we get the source code to 3D Movie Maker? And Microsoft went, yeah, we can do that. So they did. Last time we were here, we successfully managed to build 3D Movie Maker from source on NT351, but we had a lot of issues with doing so. Specifically, we are stuck with an old version of Visual C++. We couldn't get a bunch of the support libraries to compile due to assembler issues and more. And then on top of that, did I really make a typo in the title? Hold on, I'm just looking at chat. I did make a typo, didn't I? No, I have that right. Yep. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted by chat. So, between streams, I got Windows 11 set up. This is actually the same VM that we were using in the last time we ported software to modern Windows. And then I did something a little bit cruel and unusual, and that is, let's go to this PC. I actually managed to get Visual Studio 2.1 on this. Where is it? It has some problems, and by some I mean a lot. But it does work, although it does complain it's an unauthorized copy because I had to bypass the installer to get this to work. We did find out some additional information since the last time we played with this. We were trying to build with 2.0 last time. It needs to be, and we also tried 2.2. 2.1 is the correct version. And I was able to basically reproduce, let's pull up a command line. Let's see here, MVC20, bin, yeah, VC vars 32. Let's see here, 3D Yeah, so we were able to, I was able to build basically to the point we were before, but that only means that the 3D Studio binary itself is being built. And it does actually work on Windows 11. I was surprised by this. Even the installer works, which was really shocking considering... Yeah, oh, and that's its disk. And hopefully the VM audio is coming through. I've had mixed feelings with this. But yeah, this works completely fine. When I first installed it, I did the entire introduction movie, so, you know, it's definitely progress. And this is a version I was able to build myself on Windows 11. So the goal here today is we need to try and resolve building for BRender. Because if we can build BRender, we've gotten rid of one of the largest blockers to bring this to 64-bit and, you know, modern tools. Because if we go into, I believe it is elib, and then we go to WinS, these are the proprietary libraries that this is building against. And there's actually a few missing here. There should also be Audio Man. I must have cleaned a little bit too thoroughly. And the VM audio is a bit loud. Yeah, I can fix that. Okay. Yeah, let's drop the VM audio. I seem to have really high latency today. I don't know. I've had some issues with Comcast as of late, but not a big deal. So that's basically where we stand. I did get all the changes into a fresh Git repository, although we still have definitely some barriers to entry here. First, I need to fix so what happens when you make a generic git ignore. Okay, because I should have files in here that I'm missing. Yeah, there's files in here that I'm definitely missing. Diff head 1 here. Or not? Because there should be Audio Man and like 1 or 2 other... Oh, you know, they're in a different folder. This is not the folder I believe they go into. They go into the Kawaii folder. Yeah, Audio D. Okay, so we'll cover that when we get back to it. So that's basically where we are. Now, we are fundraising again. I mean, I don't know how much I need to go into detail about this. The fact of the matter is there's been an ongoing attack on basic human rights, and you know, now we're seeing things just get more and more worse with each passing week. I mean, I wasn't really planning on doing a follow-up to this, but I was both inspired to do so and felt that I had to try and do more. So that is where we are. As before, I'm not monetizing this stream just because of the subject matter. I just rechecked YouTube's guidelines on that, so that's fine. If you wish to donate, the link is directly below chat. If you wish to support me directly, but please support NMAF first, the links are in the description. So with that, I think the place we need to start here is we need to try and sort out the bailiwick that is BRender. Because BRender, I had a lot of help with this, and I don't actually have it checked out on this computer. Let's go get this off GitHub. And all my changes are on GitHub if you want to follow along at home. And wow, Dylan Gabrif, 500 New Zealand dollars. I think that's the single largest donation. It depends on the exchange rate, but I think that's the single largest one we've had on stream. Holy cow! Thank you. And I will note that today today is actually my birthday, so that is like the best gift you could have given me. Thank you so much. So, all right. Yeah, so 250. What? Okay. The guy who likes to break software, you know, that you're like the #1. Holy cow. You guys are probably, the thing is that I'm seeing chat in real time and then it catches up, so you probably haven't even seen my reaction to the second donation. So, okay then. That was a thing that happened. I don't know, maybe I should try and set a fundraising goal to try and reach 5K by the time we reach the end of this project. Yeah, that's a pretty accurate description of my head. You know, loading arrows spins a lot. I need this to... Why are you not giving me this in SSH form? Oh, it's because I'm not logged into the VM. God, I have the keys installed, I'm just not logged in, and to log in, I have to get two-factor authentication sorted. Let me just get the copy and paste from the other one. I will say, at least today, I'm not running off 1 hour sleep I had the day before, which is... I don't know how I stayed awake for 12 hours for the last stream, because I had literally had, like, no sleep beforehand, and I had been up for 12 hours. It's like, man, I'm going to be at my desk 4 hours, I'm going to be falling asleep, and then It's not. 100, okay. Anonymous donated, I believe that's 150 new Taiwanese. I believe that's what NT is. I believe that's new Taiwanese dollars. Yes, it is. So we are off to a major start. You know, I'm the person who did it, and I also don't understand how I did it. So this is BRender, and I do need to rename this directory because it's going to have stupid pathing issues. And I got a lot of help from chat last time dealing with this. BRender is a very old 3D engine. It's sort of like an Unreal or Unity from the early 90s made by Argonaut Software. There are multiple versions of this. When Foone asked for the 3D Movie Maker source, he went to the person that owned Argonaut Studios. What is his name? It'll be in the README, so let's just open the README. And wow, I remember how much I hate Windows 11. So let's see here. Let's open Windows. So yeah, it's from Argonaut Software, Argonaut Games. He got permission from the CEO, Jez Stan. I got the name wrong. And multiple versions of this got released all at once. Now the source code, we were able to figure out what you have to do to build the source code, but problems, as we'll get into. And there is actually a technical reason why we are on Windows 11 and not 3.5.1 this time. We're not certain if this version of BRender goes to this version of 3D Movie Maker. Microsoft built it with binary objects and doesn't look like they, and it's not clear that this is one-to-one source. It looks like it lines up, but I'm not 100% certain about it. So the part that we discovered last time, and it was from someone in chat, Ike something, I'm sorry, I don't remember what your surname was. He determined that the build tool, because I was going mad with these makefiles, I couldn't figure out what they could possibly correspond to. They actually refer to an old Sun build tool called dmake, which is actually built with, was a build tool for OpenOffice.org. LibreOffice ripped it out, but old versions, current versions exist. We don't have a period correct version of this tool. We have a modern version of it from, I think, 2002, 2003. I couldn't get it to work correctly. And so we need to be able to get dmake working because there's a lot of handwritten assembly in this. Not that one, I believe it's an FW. Like, we have a bunch of handwritten floating point routines. And you know what? Let's see if we can, get assembly add-ons, just so, syntax highlighting is nice. Okay. All right. So the goal for here is we want to try and get dmake sorted. We might have to patch. I have an old binary copy of it. I also have the source code to a copy of it, which probably isn't actually in my VM. I had a very busy day yesterday, so I got home at like, I don't know, like horrible o'clock in the morning. Let me grab I have all the bits for this. I just have to actually get them in the VM. Let's see here. Yeah, we have dmake. I just got the other monitor up. And where's the other one? Here we go. I didn't want screenshots. I wanted... There we go. So if I go to bbox server desktop, and you know what? We can make this full screen. There we go. There we go. And now we have dmake and dmake source. So we're going to have to try and fix this build utility. I've actually worked with dmake in the past. It's a giant pile of garbage. I'm not going to lie about this. It's basically, it was Sun's distributed make. It's supposed to be able to do distributed build. It's supposed to isolate platform specific nonsense. I find it does a really bad job of it, and it is like auto tools that it generates a make file to do the actual make, so it's like multiple levels of insanity. And then on top of that, I did go look. The other problem we had is we weren't sure that we had the right version of the Microsoft assembler. So I went hunting around, and there is a copy on the Internet Archive, but I don't think this is an official Microsoft release. I think this is like some school release that they basically put a bunch of copies on, but hopefully one of these work, because unfortunately MASM, which is the Microsoft assembler, has a lot of compatibilities issues with itself. And that was part of why I suspect we ran into issues. I know it will build with MASM 6. It will not build with 5, which was NT3.1, and it will not build with MASM 7, which was NT4 and Windows 95. So it's magic and unicorns and God knows what else. So definitely a place to start. So moving, so I think we're just going to move right along. I already know the 3D Movie Maker source builds, but just for demonstrating it on stream, let's do set vars. Actually, before we do that, we need to do. There is a clean target. It doesn't work correctly. So let me find. And if the font is too small on anything, let me know. So let's just delete all the object files. So set vars. So to do this properly, we have to go to the kawaii for older. I'm almost certainly butchering that. And then I can do an mmake, and then this builds. So this shows that we have it building on Windows 11. Again, it's still using the old 1994 compiler, but at least it's building on a modern platform. I can use Git, and it's building with, well, you know, I'm actually using, I don't have to build at the speed of a Pentium. So after you do this, you have to go to the Brend folder on the top level. And then we can nmake there. That builds a glue library, although I don't think that actually built correctly. Yeah, it didn't. You have to... Or no, I think it did actually. And then you can go to the top object.win, and then here you can do the make, and this will die at utest, but it should build a 3D Studio. No, it didn't get that far. We had this working, and I was able to build this earlier, so I'm not going to worry about it right now, but... Well, actually, I should worry about it, because we're going to try and rebuild with objects, so let's figure out what has gone wrong here. Okay. So, properties. And let me just make this font bigger so you can see it over terminal. Let's go 24. There we go. Alright, so don't know how to make object glob. Why don't you know how to make object glob? That's interesting. So if we go into the Git folder, because this has grep and like all other really handy commands, do we have like what it needs? Because I do think that there were some binary objects that... Oh, I know. No, hold on. I know what's wrong. I have to do kvars here, and that should... Nope, that didn't fix it. What am I doing wrong? Alright. Unfortunately, running grep under Windows is really, really slow, so don't know how to make util glob. Like, I literally built this yesterday, so what went wrong? Because I wanted to make sure we wouldn't have stupid build issues right when I started the stream, but I apparently failed at that. Let me pull this up on actual Linux, because that's going to be a lot faster. Okay. I don't need you. You can go away. 3D Alright, so what I'm looking for, and again, let me make this nice and big so you can see it, is util glob. Because probably there's a broken target, or I just did something wrong. Okay. That's a lot of stuff that... Let's try that again. Util glob. Yeah, so I have a lot of map files and such, which means it was an object file that was built. It's referenced in precompiled headers. The source code is there. So that's a good place to be, which means we should know how to build it. We just have to figure out why we can't build it. So if we go to the top level, we don't want to be on BRender, we want to be on 3D Movie Maker. Select folder. Okay. Let's see here. So that would be, so the way this build system works is a little bit weird. It's basically like recursive layers of makefiles. So here's the object. I believe I have to go to source, studio, and then it should be in here if it's going to be anywhere. So if I find, let's see here. Again, what was the file I'm looking for? Util glob. I did figure that issue out. I didn't have to do the subset. It was because there was a binary object that I had to rebuild, but in that particular case, I could build that one. So this is a different build problem. The question is, what is that build problem? And that's what we're going to have to figure out here. So let's look at the top level make file and just see if the... Because you see, we have a whole bunch of like generic cpp.obj. So it should have a rule to be able to handle this. Because this should be handled by the generic case. And if we look in Studio, or is it engine? Yeah, no, in Studio. Like, did the file get moved by accident? I don't know how to make utility object. Let's see here, because is that here in tools? Let's find that file, because I know we found it. There are days. There are days. Util. Thank you all for the happy birthdays, by the way. I think I know I said that before, but there's still a few popping up in chat. So I figured I should definitely acknowledge that. And let's see if I can do multiple windows at once without breaking anything. So what I'm looking for is util obj. Util glob.h. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Okay. This is an easy enough fix. I built things in the wrong order. We have to go to here. We do object. You do windy. You have to build you have to run the kvars or you don't get a proper build, which is why it didn't work. I don't think I did the kvar step. This entire build system needs to be ripped out and redone. But one of the big things is when you're trying to resurrect an old bit of tools, unless you have absolutely no choice, try and do it with period correct stuff first. So now that we've done that, we should be able to go to the top level folder. We can run kvars. And yeah, now Studio's building. Cool. Okay. I had this problem before. I know what causes this problem. This one, I have to go to the top level BRender directory, and I just have to rebuild it. Yeah, I just have to rebuild this. Yeah. because previously now this did, and then that was what causes the object length failure. Yeah, now we get a completely different failure relating to chomp.exe. Like I said, there are a lot of problems with that build system, especially because it is like insane. But if we look here at the top level folder and we look in object in the debug build, we do have a new 3D movie.exe. So we have this working. We've confirmed that we can rebuild this on the fly as needed. Yay. So, all right, let's start working on with BRender. I think the first thing we're going to do is let's see what we can do with the binary version of demake. I have this distinct feeling we're going to have to do a fair bit of patching. So let's grab this. And let's put it, I guess we're just going to put it in the top level directory. This entire VM is, at the end of the day, disposable. It was working, it actually, what is it building against? I actually want to say it's building against, it's not DirectX, it's doing something different. This predates DirectX. I saw a little code relating to OpenGL, but I don't think it's actually using OpenGL, even though that was what Microsoft was actually supporting at the time. So we have, if we open a new code folder here, I think what we need to do is we need to go here to our copy of VC vars, and we just need to make some changes because I wrote this file by hand. This isn't like an original file. I really hate that that is 2 clicks now because, you know, so we need to put demake bin into the path, and if we're going to have to rebuild demake, we'll cross that as we get to it. So we need to put demake there, and then next up is I love Scotch. Thank you for the $5 donation. So okay. I mean, we can take a quick look at the source code. If people are interested in how it works, let's take a look and see how it works. We have the code. There needs to be no mystery here. Like, if the thing is that this was built for multiple platforms. Like, I know I've seen Motorola 680 Exo Assembler. I don't know if this version worked on classic Macintosh, but I think this is all, you know, I think this is actually all software rendering, but I'm not sure that there's rendering code directly in here. That may have been the job of another program. Like, I don't have a real good feel of this. Like, you can see that there's this DAWS.io thing here. So this definitely was like being built for MS-DOS applications because, you know, you have DOS.h. So definitely still a lot of 16-bit code, and then it was just passed through the ages. I don't know how old this engine is. Like, the version string says that this is 1.1.2. I know they were building it on NT, and I know they were building it with Visual Studio 2.1 or something very similar to that. And then you have a whole bunch of scripts. Like, this Perl script, I believe, wants to be run with Perl 4, and I really hope I don't have to fix that, because that's going to just be a sad. So, it's, if someone needs to post a link, post it in Discord, and then one of the mods can repost it in, or I can add that user as an approved user. Definitely going in the right direction. Yeah, I believe this does software rendering. Like, you know, you see here you have this load bitmap, but it's not actually using the Windows bitmap API. This is a complete clean room implementation. They probably reverse engineered it because I don't think Microsoft published how the bitmap format worked. And then when we have load GIF. Wow, you know this is an old one. Load CompuServe GIF, PC format. For those who don't know, the GIF format originally came from an ISP called CompuServe. And then the compression actually was patented. It's one of the big reasons that was a huge issue. Okay. Give me a moment. I gotta remember how I can actually add an approved user. But the easiest thing is, Dungeon Seeker, since you're in Discord, just poke one of the mods that are active and they can repost it. Yeah, so, I mean, this is from a different era. You know, this isn't where you would, if you want to do it all, you had to do it all from scratch, like load Amiga format. So, you can definitely see how this engine's been passed down the ages. Now, because this is doing 3D modeling, my guess is that this actually probably supported loading files from Amiga Lightwave, or one of the, I believe that was the only major 3D modeling software on Amiga, but there could have been others. I gotta reposition the camera to be somewhere less annoying place. So yeah, you can definitely see how it's been modified. It looks like they basically are doing this all in software, and this may not have any rendering code whatsoever, because if we go down to the make files, there's definitely a bunch of odd compilers. We have MetaWare's High C, we have DJ GPP, which is an MS-DOS port of GCC, Borland C, let's see which other ones I recognize. Intel's C compiler, Microsoft's Wacom, VTC. Which compiler is this? Yep, that's doing some weird stuff there. Pro is Intel Proton. It's probably a fork of ICC, but oh no, ICC is IBM CSET. Holy cow, that's there's been an acronym collision here. CSET was the OS2 compiler, or was most known as the OS2 compiler. Anonymous, thank you for the €20 donation for National Network of Abortion Funds. Thank you so much. It makes a huge difference. I definitely, well, I want to get my video toaster fully operational. I finally got the adapters needed to use a modern monitor and a keyboard. So I'm going to probably be able to test it this week. So I think that's enough, enough things to screw around with. Let's open a new command line and let's see how far we can actually try and get. It'd be lovely if Microsoft could remember my settings, like, please and thank you. Okay, 24. Okay, all right, let's see here. So, MS VC 20, VC vars 20. Okay, so do I have a dmake? Okay, I do have dmake. So let's go to the BRender directory and let's just see what it does, because I haven't actually tried this one yet. Didn't quite work the way I was hoping. I think I have to actually do something different. Yeah, no, I have to do bin make MVC, which fails. Okay, I have to add BRender to the. I have to add this directory to the path. So let's add that to. People were yelling at me to do this before, and they were right. I should definitely have all these in a script. So that would be BRender bin, and we'll add that to the path like that. And then I'll just do it manually now. Path, BRender bin, path. Okay, and that sets that. So make MVC. Did I get that wrong? No. Huh. Why is it not seeing that file? Like if I do... I'm obviously doing something wrong. I just don't know what. And then... But you can definitely see we've got some issues. Like if I go here you should be able to see all that. Let me just, all right, let's just close the terminal. Let's try this again from scratch. And again, I have to fix the font size because, oh, okay. Oh, chat pointed out my mistake. I forgot to make it an equal sign. Let's see here. All right, so BRender. So make MVC. All right, so then it complains make is not an recognized command. Now, I'm not 100% sure this wants mmake or not. So I'm going to just rename mmake for now. I don't think that's really the right way to do this, but or I should say copy nmake exe make.exe. And then, yeah. And you see a lot of things break. Yeah, so this definitely isn't mmake. What were we using? Were we using wmake for this? We might have been using wmake for this. Actually, I think we were using wmake for this. I think I'm going to actually have to reinstall OpenWacom. Like, this is... which I really shouldn't have to do, but actually before I do that, I did install msystem. Let me just see if msystem will play nicely here. I have my doubts, but let's just see. Why can I never remember where it is? PDW. Let's see here. M64 user. Okay, so msystem user bin make. I guess I'm going to have to put that in the path, aren't I? I don't think that's going to actually help, but I will try it. And that might actually cause more breakage, but... we have a make.exe. What did I do wrong? Set path equal. Oh, okay. There are problems here. All right, let's get some better debugging going, because obviously this is going to be a less than easy thing. So we try and run that make thing and it breaks. I think I'm going to have to get the Wacom make out of one of the VMs, because this is where this gets. So this basically, the way this works is it calls this make libs folder, and then it does recursive makes multiple times through. Although actually, I think this needs to be demake. Now that I'm thinking about it, now that I remember it, I do actually think this just needs to be demake and not make. Okay. Well, the code was recovered from a bunch of archived CDs that were probably saved due to legal issues. You know, just in case there was ever a rights issue. It's not uncommon. Like, whenever I've handed things off for a client, I've had to do something like that. So, okay. All right. I think we're getting there. So, yeah, Microsoft basically coughed up a bunch of code from their archives, and that's where this all came from. Let's see here. So, extender. So, I think I need to do set extension MSC. Let's see if that actually will build. Yeah. But this entire build system needs to be burned to the ground. So this will... base directory is BRender, not base dir. Okay, cool. Alright, so now this is trying to build, and this is what it was doing before. We get a whole bunch of build process failures, execution errors. It fails to make folders. A lot of things go wrong. Like, this is an incredibly unhappy script. So I think the way we start with this is we're just going to disable all, but we just need to rem all these out. Is we basically get demake to the point that we can build at least one target. And we might need to be doing this with the M system tools available or something close to. Like, let's do a -V here so we can get a better idea of what this is actually doing. So if we do this, we get a lot of commands, and then I need to send this to, like, a file. That doesn't really help me. Because demake basically tries to... Yeah, so let's just copy this to a file. So if we look at what's going on with demake, it's failing like 30 different things, like macro OS redefined after use, more than one prerequisite to use rule op, and we don't, like I said, we don't know if this code is even buildable, like properly buildable. So you can see it gets a whole bunch of rules here. It should be trying to make directories at some point, but I don't see it actually doing that. There may have been a script that does it, but we see how we get like all these missing files. So let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. This startup is redefined, more than one prerequisite. I mean, this is just a freaking mess. I'm almost wondering if we're better off recompiling demake from source instead of using the binaries that Ike found, because I've got the source code to it here. I'm sort of wondering if that's the way to go. But before we go down that road, let's just see what we have to work with this demake, because you have to make edits to this configuration file, and I don't think I did that. So let's open with VS Code. Yeah. So this is do not place local definitions to this file. It was auto-generated. Yeah, so we need to actually make a new window. Okay. Oh, someone actually found the manual for BRender. Does it have any instructions from building it from source? Because that would actually be really useful. Let's see here. Demake. I mean, it's entirely possible that OS detection is completely broken. This copy of demake, I think, is from, let's look at the changelog. It's from 98, so not from 08. So it's 14 years old. So there's almost certainly bit rot here. Like, I know some of these macros are not correct. This is the root startup file. This basically handles all the things that are the things. Basic rules, project. Let's read the README. Maybe the instruction will actually tell us something useful. Default configurations and startup config is for mini-G GCC on Windows. Subdirectory is populated with files. Previous versions of demake. So maybe I could find the old versions on C-SPAN. So previous versions of this build of demake distributed on CPAN, which is the Perl comprehensive Perl archive, and they're really good about keeping the old binaries around. So let's see here. Yeah, because, I mean, if you look right here, you can see how this the sources were modified to be used for OpenOffice. So I actually am wondering at this point if we need to try and find an older DMake. Because if we look at this version of DMake, you can definitely see that a bunch of the macros are broken. And this definitely wants to be probably Visual Studio 6, although maybe we can coax it into working. Like, this would be release WinNT. Like, what's the other one we have down here? Yeah. Let's try, before we go down this, let's just try OS release. Like, is that what we actually need? Macros. I guess that is how that works, because it definitely says it pulls in OS release macros, and then that would pull this in. So I guess we change this to WinNT MSVC6. And then... did that do anything different? Like, again, we get a whole bunch of missing directories, so forth and so on. Although it looks a little less broken than it was before. Like, updating file, updating prerequisites. But again, it says no such file directory because these folders are not there. Now, I don't know if the folders are supposed to be there, though. I don't know if they're supposed to be dynamically created or not. Like, let's look at the... let's look at the DMake thingamajiggy. Keepstake, trace information, directory cache, print individual errors, disable parallel, touch, nor lines at start of makefile. Yeah, unfortunately we need to build BRender itself, which is different than building it against a project dungeon seeker, so that's not directly going to help. Let's take a look at the makefile for take a look at the makefile for here, FW. Hopefully the syntax is here. So make imports these top level directories. This gets the build directory. So the build directory never actually seems to get built because the way you work with make is you define the object file and then you have a bunch of rules that basically define how it all comes together. So something should be making that build directory, and I'm not seeing what it is or isn't. Like, what is setting build directory? If we go to here, this isn't being set. Set local keeps it local to the script. Fixed float. This builds all the tools, but that doesn't help. This handles all the copying out from the distribution folder. Like, I feel like there's a script missing, is actually, but let me look, hold on, let's actually go to the top level make definitions file, because maybe there's a hint in here. Because we can definitely see that, because essentially there's like a make dir stuff. We're building MFR, and we've seen that that basically defines the library suffix and such. And let's just change this to makefile, like, because the auto detection's being stupid. Because Because you should have something like build underscore, and yeah, here it is. So now you have this build dir like this. If we go here, is there like a rule to make the build dir? And there is. There's an mkdir here. But this rule doesn't look like it ever actually gets called. Huh. Because this exists rule does the mkdir, and then it generates compiler dependency files. Let's see here. So if what if we look at the other ones, what do these do? So these, that doesn't do anything helpful. Do it like any of these call that depends thing? So here, makefile f makefile, which doesn't help. That's all for the extender stuff. This builds all the sample stuff, which looks like we will need OpenWatcom if we want to build that. That's fine. We'll grab OpenWatcom if and when we need it, because that isn't hard. Yeah, so it feels like there's a dependency step that's not getting built. Now this top level makefile should be like being rebuilt, or maybe it's not. No, it's not. Like, see, I'm not even sure how this file is getting generated, because this looks like a build artifact, like something that's gotten dynamically created. Because if we look in here, I guess that I guess the exist rule does not actually exist here. Hey, wow, the exist rule does not actually exist. If we go to like the top level FW makefile again, which would be here, all these get built, and then you should have a target that handles this. Make defines. Yeah, so all these Object-C files get linked. You build this library, and then you get built here. You know, I never thought the experience I had in building OpenOffice would ever be useful again, but, you know, here we are. But yeah, basically the biggest problem here is that directories are not being properly created on the fly as needed. So if we... let me just humor myself. Let me do this depend step by hand. If I do, if we go to make, let's see here, the top one. If we do make libs depends. Yeah, see, it still doesn't actually manage to build or make that directory. And I don't know if that's a problem with the build system. Like, if they never did a full clean, which is not unheard of. I know places that wouldn't know what a clean rule looks like. Let's see here. Can I easily add an additional make command to this? Because this all gets added as a set of targets. Like if I go to, let's see if we can add something that just makes the build directory as it's needed. Because that might be an easier way to do it, but I don't see it. And I don't think there's like a top level phony rule that we could use for the job. So let's go back here. mkdir. So it's the only place that mkdir gets called. You know, I need to... I don't really want to change this association, but I really wish it would stay as a makefile. So this exists rule never gets called. Does it, like, get called anywhere else? So it gets called there on depends. Oh, it's depend, not depends. Alright, alright, alright. So if we go back here... That actually did something different. Hold on, that actually did something. Let's just get rid of that. Make depend. Error executing no such file directory. And look, that actually made the build directory right there. Because if we look now here, there's the build directory. So we have to do a make depend step before... What is this build system? Like... But why? Is what I keep saying to myself. Alright, so if that's what we actually have to do, we need this H to include thing. And I thought I saw the source to that somewhere. Like, I feel like that's a standard utility from something. I don't know what. Looking at those flags, that looks very much like an open Whatcom thing. Like, I'm almost certain that's open Whatcom. No, it's not actually... apparently, it's not actually open Whatcom. Is that part of... Apparently, it's part of MFC? Like, can that... I know I've seen this utility. Let's see if we can find it. If, like, we go to MSC... Because I Googled this on the other tab. And... Let me just grab this over here. Like... And... Give me a moment to look at this on the other tab and then figure out where this is. Oh, it's definitely a part of... It's a part of MASM. Yeah, it's a part of the MASM utilities. Okay, and it's because I don't have an assembler installed. Okay, that is progress. We have found... we have found something that we are going to need. That is what I like to call progress. Let me switch the disk. Let's grab... Okay, so which... Like, somewhere here is what we need. Yeah, okay, so we do actually have an H to C here. So let's just grab this copy of MASM. So I don't know if we ran into this problem last time. I feel like we did, but who knows. Okay, so we copy that there. Oh, cancel. I didn't undo. That all had to go into a directory. We do that. New. Okay, cool. That's all there. That handles that. We need to add that to the path. So let's add that to the growing list of variables we have here. So that would be C MASM bin. Like that. CVC2 VC vars 32. Cool. And now we actually have it. C2. So now can we do this depends step? It wants a copy of SED. We can give it a copy of SED. That's not an unsolvable issue. Because I have the copy from MSystem. I'm just hoping it's good enough to work. I don't want to add MSystem to the path, because that will cause bad things. But I believe I can just, like, grab you and then put you somewhere that you can be used. Like, I'll put you in the demake folder for now. Actually, no, let's make a new, like, top-level folder for additional add-on utilities we're going to need. And Michael Smith, thank you for the €20 donation towards National Network of Abortion Funds. So, utilities. So this is going to be like anything special we need to get this to build, we'll build here. So let's add that to the path, like that. All right, let's see if that... Well, it got a bit further. What did it die on? Do I not have SED? I do have SED. Apparently it wants this S utility, but I have no idea what that is. Like, that's a vague file name. Oh, did I do the thing? I did the thing. Alright, I think we need to make a new terminal window. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Okay. So let's go back to BRender. Set env base dir. Alright, that was not actually what I wanted to do. Set base dir render set what is it, base extension MSC, and then can we do make libs depend? It's make extension. Okay, alright, well, it tried to run sed and then failed, but that's fine, because I know exactly why it failed. Okay. Hold that thought. So if we go to msystem bin, we just need to copy a few files over. I probably just, like, need all of these. The main reason I don't want to put this directory in the path is it will conflict with some Windows utilities, and it'll just lead to bad stuff. Okay. Right, so trying to run sed that way is not going to work because it just blew up spectacularly. This is fine. This is all good. There's no need to panic. Like, what the hell happened? Like, do you need to be running... You know, let me try running this under MSystem. Because when Foone looked at this, they thought that it might need something called MKS, which would kind of been a period correct version. Can I please make the font a little bigger? Cursor, keys, text. Yeah, like even 9 point for me is a little hard. So apply. Yeah, so when Foone was looking at this, they had come to the conclusion that Argonaut software was probably using the MKS toolkit or something very similar, because they make a lot of references to Unix tools, but they obviously weren't building on Unix. So definitely, now it's completely possible that we need something a bit newer. This is gonna be interesting. Like, can we run the? Let's just see if we can run the make depend step here. Like, let's get demake, export path here, and then we just need to get the demake. Demake, we need to add that to the path. And let's see here. So if we do... No, wait, that's not going to work because it's... I mean, it's a native Win32 version of SED. Unix utilities will have Win32 native SED. Alright, well, let's try that. Maybe the M system ones are a little bit too new. I don't think I've used the... Wow, these are a bit old. Let's see here. Hopefully they're still in SourceForge. Okay, that helps. If, okay. So we have a shell, local, wbin. Yeah, these are probably worth trying because they're much closer to the correct time period. Yeah, you can go away. So let's add these. And what we'll do is we'll add them to the end of the path so they don't override any Microsoft utilities. So that would be utils user local wbin, like that. And then we'll have to make a new terminal window. Although apparently I closed all my terminal windows. Hopefully, by the way, is the music sounding okay on stream? I forgot to ask that earlier. So. Alright, how are we doing here? Oh, okay. Alright, I can fix that. If the music is too loud in the future, make a few comments on it. Okay. Because it sounds very different to me than it will sound on air. Let's see here. It's not MSC. What the heck do they call it? It's MVC. Nope, nope, that was not what I wanted to do. So we do have a set option, it just doesn't seem to be actually doing anything. Make target, depends. Script, input file. Let's do a -v here just so we can see what exactly it's doing. I've got the distinct feeling it's just not happy about this copy of... So it makes the directory, it does the exists, it then tries to... Like, is it actually making anything in this directory? Because we do actually get like these temp files and we get these build files. So that tells me it's doing something. Maybe. Alright, you go to recycling build. Let's try this from scratch. Yeah, I think we have to fix this depend rule. I feel like this is why we've been having so many problems. Because this generates all these includes. This is like a giant preprocessor thing. We get this state out, and then it does this sed file, and then it goes boom. Like, it runs this S command. I don't know what this S command is. I mean, that's a really generic command for anything. Let's take a look here. So it runs make depend. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this. Here's what it's doing. We run this first step successfully. Then it runs this make DEP thing. Which is not defined anywhere. That's really freaking useful. Unless it's defined in a different... I wonder if it's defined somewhere else. Like, I wonder if there's a common file where this might be defined. Let's take a look here. Like, if we look here at this top level make file, this one is not normally used. But maybe one of these has it. Yeah, it's like there's a line here missing. Because we have the flags, and the flags are getting passed. But... Which tells me, I think there's something wrong with the make file. Or it's something that could be defined by dmake. Hold on. Wait. Hold the horses here. Hold the horses. Because dependency files aren't usually compiler specific. It is possible that this is something that's defined by dmake. But it's not, so okay. Let's go back to the top level BRender directory. And again, it's not defined by anything. Alright. I'm going to step away from keyboard for a moment. I'll be right back. Let me just find OBS. Give me just 30 seconds. I just got to deal with something quickly. And I'm back. Make dep is a Perl script. So we need make dep is a Perl script in BRender. Okay, so apparently, all right, let's take a look at that. Let's see if that actually helps us, although that might mean we have to fix a very old Perl script. Okay. I have Visual Studio Community Edition. MS Code is better for doing anything that isn't compiling. I have VS Code installed. Okay. So, and since we've now gone past the hour mark, once again, thank you all for your support. We've already raised about $600 towards abortion funding in the U.S., which is under attack due to, you know, a small minority overruling the rule of 70% of Americans on average. So every little bit helps. And yes, I'm going to be hollering on my high horse about this. I really wish that I didn't have to be fundraising and trying to raise awareness on this issue, but someone has to, and that's me. And so thank you all for your support, and hopefully you're enjoying the content. Hopefully you're enjoying everything regardless. Anyway, every little bit of support helps. If you wish to support me directly, but please do not do so until after you've done supported NNAF. My donation links are in the description. I'm not making this stream is not monetized, so I'm not earning anything off it. Let's take a look. So if this Perl script that we need is in the later directories, let's take a look at that, because that might give us an idea of what we need, if nothing else. So let's go to Foone's, because Foone uploaded all the other rendered versions, so maybe we can find something of use here. And let me just make sure we are on the... Yes, we are screen capturing that correctly. So if we look at tools, like, where is this make depend thing? It's like in core. Let's see here. Okay. Drivers include I mean, it's definitely interesting. And you did I believe this is what Foone was referring to when they said it was using MKS. Let's see here. So this talks about building various cores. It's in the make directory. Well, some of these scripts look familiar. Oh, there it is. So this is going to need a copy of Perl. And I have this horrible sinking feeling it's going to need a very old copy of Perl. Perl 4 was in the resource kit. Oh, that's gonna suck. I really don't want to have to do that. Then again, this is the type of script that doesn't change much, so it shouldn't be that hard to fix. Yeah, I'm probably going to need Active Perl, or I'm going to need the Microsoft provided one. Like, let me just make sure this isn't hiding in here somewhere, because there are some other Perl scripts hiding. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Dang it. Alright, let's try with Active Perl, because I really don't want to dig up Perl 4 if I need to. Because Perl 4 is what they would have been using at this time. GCC, and I know a few other compilers do have the ability to dynamically export dependency files. That's probably not a horrible thing to, like, when we rebuild this build system, if we go that far, I would probably reuse GCC-D, even if we're not building with GCC, to resolve the issue. So, yeah. Let's grab Active Perl. I don't want to open Edge. I tried Edge briefly, and it's like, it's Chrome but worse, is what my experience has been with Edge. So let's grab a copy of Active Perl and hope it will work with the most recent one. Yeah, so we'll grab 341. Do I have to make an account? I really don't want to make an account to download Active Perl. Like, if I go to, like... There are other Perl distributions. I think Strawberry Perl was one that I used to use. I'm not doing that if I can avoid it. Yeah, and this is up to date enough. Let's just grab this one. Alright, let's grab Strawberry Perl. We'll set that up. Let that make changes, and we'll let that do its installation. Well, you know, it just... Whenever I see something like that, it's like, what else have they done to make Perl really annoying to use? So, and I don't want to use an M system Perl, because there are differences between a Perl that is using Windows paths, like Active Perl or Strawberry Perl, versus one that's in M system. Now, the thing is that this is almost certainly a Perl 4 script, so I'm not convinced that this is going to work. I might need to go dig up freaking Perl 4, which is like, I don't want to dig up Perl 4. That... I remember downloading Active Perl without... That's got to be a new thing. Although I haven't installed Perl in years. Like, I feel like the only time you ever install Perl is if you're dealing with a legacy project. So, alright. Let's go into Foone's files. And let's see... Let's grab the... thingamajiggy that we're going to need. So that's going to be make dep.perl. Okay, let's grab the raw file here. And then what we're going to do, is going to be a two-step process. So first we need to go to the other VS window. And we need make dep.bin, and that will just be perl it's really, there is a way to get the relative path on the fly, but I don't really want to look it up at the moment. This is mostly just seeing what we can get by, and obviously the moment I push this, all right, so there's that Perl script. We'll almost certainly have to fix that, but all right, so that handles that, that handles that. We probably have to define in the top level make file. We probably need to add make depend equal make depend. Alright, so Perl is not recognizable as the command line. Yeah, that's fine. So now we need to go to VC vars and we need to add the this path is getting really long really fast. I think it's strawberry.bin, but let's check that. Did we lose the music? I feel like we lost the music. There we go. Undefined because the M system provide Perl. There are differences on how Perl is compiled for the target environment. And a Windows native Perl is going to behave differently than an M system Perl. I know this from experience. It's with like ways it handles pathing, which in turn is different from Cygen. Maybe M system is not that different, but I rather use a Perl that is specifically meant for general purpose on Windows. So here's the directory we need. Because the M system Perl will like assume that bash is basically present. All right, I'll change the track. Let's get some synthwave going. System coding, what is scoop? Like, you can tell me to use scoop, but if I don't know, it doesn't help me. Unless you're talking, like, about the old thing that, like, Corrosion used to use. That's the only scoop I know of. That, at least with Perl-related stuff. Okay, so we need to reload the variables. Alright. Okay. So did that... Well, that tried to do something. Okay, that is... that is going in the right direction. Let's go back, and it's probably just a path issue I have to resolve. Like, it probably was not in a proper working directory. And I don't really want to spend the time to fix it right now. Like, if I just do render... Or actually, I can do base dir like that. That's not how you do it on Windows. I do that. Yeah, and then that gets the correct base dir. That is correct. Let's get rid of the -v. And we get a no file or directory error. Oh, I know what happened. Yeah. There are days I forgot to. It needs to pass the arguments because, yeah. Hey, that actually did something. Well, it tried to do something, but when we ran the make depends thing like this, that actually did something, which tells me that we're going the right way here. So make depend error executing make dep dot bin dash s no such file directory. Okay. So why is it complaining that there's no such file or directory? Huh. So we are making the dependencies, though. That's actually a really good sign. I just don't understand why it doesn't see the make depend thingy. I mean, I guess I could get rid of that, and I could just go into here, and we'll change you to Perl, and then base dir bin make dep Perl, like that. Okay, yeah, that needs to go the other way. Oh, no, that's fine. Can't open Perl script like that. Oh, okay, all right. That did something. Now we're getting a lot more output when we run make depend, but that should be getting sent somewhere. So unrecognized parameter dash T. So there's a whole bunch of stuff here relating to dependency lists. So this takes the include path, and it just dumps it to the command line, which is not really what we want to do, although maybe it's still writing out the file it's supposed to. So unrecognized parameter dash T. And we get all the way down here, and it can't find the output file. What is going on here? And I definitely see some problems with the output of this utility, like this dash n definitely should not be like that. Again, these are almost certainly problems because it's Perl. Yeah, it's output. Let me just remove the dash T. Maybe that's causing something to break. I have my doubts, but nope. Okay. I'm not convinced that all the code is here. I'll be perfectly honest. I was able to compile something that looked like the final version, but again, these were archived CDs. What likely happened is that there was probably a second repository that handled all the things like internal build scripts, and that's why this doesn't completely match up. Let's take a look at Foone's other repos, because maybe we can get more hints. Maybe there's a later version of the script. I mean, I'm not convinced that there is, but I've got to have some hope here. It's a solvable problem, is what I'm thinking. Like, if we look here at makefile, see, they don't even do a dependency step in this version. So what are they doing in these other ones? Because they probably have to have like some sort of generic build target. Like here in this common.makefile. Is there anything useful in this one? So msystem. They do a make generation, which looks like it makes all this. Rule to generate all the include files. Okay, so this is how, so in this version, this is how they do the make dependency in this later version. Which probably is the command we need to be using. Do we have a make temp? We do not. I want to say there's one in msystem. Maybe not. Or there could be one in dmake. I mean, we are... There's some Ooga... We're approaching Ooga Booga dependency. So let's see what's missing here. Because I at least now understand what's going on. So this all is what gets built here. And you get built like that. Yeah, so you generate the make directory, include object extension, sources, build directory, depend out. So if we change this to base dir bin underscore like that, I'm going to have to figure out what that make temp file is, but at least I can make a educated guess to what that is. Or let's just see if like there's a script here, like I'm not holding my breath, but you know. Yeah, not holding my breath. I don't think that's a demake thing. Well, the script that they're using is make TMP, not make temp. Although I guess I could just do it the way I can merge these two approaches. Like let's just see if it's there. It might be something that's provided by dmake. I have this feeling it's you know what? No, it is actually something that's provided by dmake. So that might be what we needed. So let's just try it and see what happens. Okay, missing missing header. I will say that if I make a video on this, it's going to be an insane video for handling reconstruction and such. I mean, I probably will make a video on this one if we are successful. Okay, so it's just a .end. Oh, okay, so apparently you just can't comment out lines because, you know, that would be a nice, useful feature. Alright, let's... Yoink! Okay, alright, that's... Actually, that's fine. We don't need these commands here at the end because the way this was working before, we don't need. Okay, I actually think we are getting somewhere here. Hold on. I definitely removed one too many lines, though. Diff, make def, MFC. Oh, no, they make directories in the, yeah, okay. Okay, so make dependencies like this entire line can go away. Let's re-enable all these. And let's see if we can do the make like that. Okay, that's actually an improvement. Still not quite the way we need to go, but definitely an improvement. Because now it's building all those directories that we kind of need and not having. Imported macro build not found in what target? I need, we need to turn the echo. We need the echo. So which one did it not like? No, we're also apparently missing a directory. We're missing a directory called ZS. But that may not be needed. Because, as I said, we were able to build this. We just didn't get a fully working library. So I'm not completely convinced that there's code missing, but we'll take a closer look in a bit. Imported macro build not found. So that's in ZB. So what we have here. This is the folder that had a whole bunch of broken things. Like this was the one that wasn't building correctly at all. Let's see here. You need variable build, but you don't actually use it. Yeah, you don't actually use it, so I can just get rid of that. So that built all the dependency files like the way it's supposed to. So if we do that, and then, all right, let's get rid of the ZS target because obviously is it ZB or ZS the one we don't have? ZS. And then let's go to the top level make directory. Because I think what we gotta do is we need to do make MVC depend. That's going to do make all the build directories. And now, can we actually build it? And the answer is no. But why? I mean, some of these are almost certainly auto-generated files. All right, let's go back to make lib. We're okay. There's probably files that get generated through a different code path. Like, we might need to run through, like, the make tools build thing. So, one step at a time. Because copy samples, make here. Let's go back to make libs. And let's get rid of that echo off. And I just realized my chat is not scrolling. Oh, that doesn't help. That doesn't help at all. All right. What folder is it dying in? So we are in the FW folder, actor support. And we have these in, so we have a whole bunch of generated includes. You have the dependency files that get generated. And this is definitely not right. Because these are being, so the Perl script we gotta modify here. Like I knew there was gonna be changes here. So let's figure out how this Perl script actually freaking works. Well, because debugging Perl is like the greatest thing since freaking sliced bread. It's the output line I need to worry about. So for each find dependencies, print tab new line base directory -f base. It does a regular expression there. Oh, please don't let this be a broken regex. Please do not let this be a broken regex. Please don't let this be a broken regex. Yeah, see, it does a list of files, and it looks like it's trying to get the base file and failing. Because we get, if we look at the output of this, close others, don't save. Yeah, so here's how the dependency file gets generated. And it looks like, I'm guessing that this part needs to go away. Because you generate this files list. And then you have this out directory base extension. Yeah, so files base. How's it getting the base? The base is getting from this -f, and then it does a regex. Yeah, this is linked. This is a broken regex. The question is, why is this a broken regex? So let's add some debug code. So what is it putting in? Versus out. Oh, right. Perl needs semicolons. God, I don't remember the last time I did anything with Perl. Alright, so let's look at the depend out file and see how it comes out. Yeah, this is kind of screaming broken regular expression to me. Although maybe not. Maybe it's how we're invoking it, because like I said, the build script has changed over time. So if we, I don't know, we have this make depend like that. Let's go to the top level make file. How do you work? So you get build directory, you generate a temp file, you export it. You grab the sources. And the sources would be something like this. Because these are the object files. Ah, frig. Yeah, okay, so the reason this blew up is because the build system has become more or less stupid depending on how you want to look at it over time. So how do I can I do, if I do something like base, hold on, if we look at if we do something like build dir build dir s. I don't think this is gonna work, but if we could strip it out, it would be fine. What did I break? Something broke, and I don't know what. This is going well. This is fine. This is completely and totally fine. Alright. Let's chuck these broken build directories, because obviously this is not doing the right thing. Okay, you all go away. We go back here. And we just comment these all out. Because just to see if we can get this one directory working, just to make my life a little easier. Alright, so this builds all the depend out stuff, which is fine. So now we have the build rules. I think I need to filter out this build directory. I think it's the only way this is going to work. I don't know if I really want to fiddle with the script because the script is kind of scary. Because, I mean, this doesn't make a lot of sense on how this top-level makefile works. Because you get all these well, I guess it does explain it because it makes all these object things. And then there's gotta be something. Because then you have this sources rule down here. That handles the output. This handles the input for -C. So build directory exists. Source files. S object /C object ASM /C. If I do object C /S ///, can I filter that out? Expecting macro or rule definition, found neither. Okay. How am I, what's going on wrong here? So build dir, I want to filter out. And I want to just replace it with nothingness. And I have that distinct feeling I've got to do more. My set is really, really crummy. On a good day, it is crummy. Like if I do echo sources, just humor me. And God, every time I do that, I'm going to get a broken file that's just going to cause problems because that's the way it goes. Like if we go to depends, yeah, this is completely and totally foobarred. Go away. Try that again. Yeah, okay, that definitely... Okay, that's not gonna work. I need a more... That's actually gonna be a really annoying headache. Well, we're building on top of Windows 11, but we're still using the old tools. I think I'm gonna have to do this in the Perl script. I really don't want to do this, but... I'm not seeing a better way to do this. So this handles the first part. This handles the second part for the matching. And then you take argument 2. I'm really hoping my... Let's see if we can find a regular expression tester. Perl regex tester, because really hoping this is what will work. Okay, so let's grab our Perl. So this is the Perl, and then test.c build, attempt match. The slash the other way just because it's demake. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that worked. That yeah, so here's the regular expression. So I need argument 2 and I need argument 3. And then I can fix this Perl script because we need to output it as the second part of this because -f needs to be changed. So that means let's define output. This is going to be really ugly. We need this script like this. Like that. Okay, hold on. So there's that regular expression. I need the /2/3. Why is it not liking that? Try that. Have that distinct feeling that's not going to work, but let's see. Maybe? It looks less broken. Oh, let's just get, okay, hold on. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Problem is that because this generates a makefile on the fly, every time I change it, I have to manually delete and blow it away. Okay, so that generates all the type out files. So how's this looking? Not quite. Did I not save this? Join output directory base extension output. Because this was originally F. And then we get these bits here. Wait, did I not save this? Maybe I didn't save it. Okay. I think the easiest way to do this is we can just rerun the Perl thing by hand. Get you out of there. And then look. Well, now we don't have any rules. So that that didn't help. Ow. Ow. Someone who's like much better at Perl can like help me fix this at a later point, but well, that was almost correct. One more try. One more try. Come on, come on. Big money, big money, big money. Okay, look, that actually looks correct. Now we have all the files in the places that they're supposed to be. Can we build it? We can build it. It's a 16-bit program. It's a bloody 16-bit program. Why? Why is there a random 16-bit copy of RM? Why? Why is there a 16-bit copy of RM? Yeah, I understand there's a 16-bit. No, there's other ways I can solve that problem. I'm just having a moment here. But that looks like it may have actually built correctly. So let's actually let's try building the rest of this, and let me replace RM with a copy that might actually freaking work. What's the one we're missing? We're missing ZS. I don't know what ZS is. I'm really hoping it's something we don't need. All right, let's do that. I mean, it's progress. It is serious progress. So I think we just gotta go in here, find RM, and delete it. I don't know why Masm shipped a copy of RM of all things. Like, okay. Alright. Why can't I delete? Something's got my cursor focus. Is my keyboard working? Well, that was weird. I wasn't able to type in the VM. Alright. So let's try getting all that demake stuff sorted. Clear. Do we have a clean command? I don't think we do. Yeah, we don't. So I guess the easiest way. Oh man, this is gonna be annoying. Alright, so first we need to make an output library. And then I want to just do this entire build from scratch. This build system is just fun. Okay. That one we need. That one we need. We'll do tools later. Alright, let's go for broke. So, CLS, MCV clean, or depend. Please work. Come on. Come on. Oh, oh. Still building. Okay, that's promising. Alright, I think that's a successful build. Yeah, we have a whole bunch of libraries here. I don't think we really need the tools. I think we just need to do the copy, and we will be in business. Because there was this distribute libraries. So let's make a distribute folder. And then let's see if we actually got what we needed. Like, let's see here. I don't think we got everything we needed. Oh, wow, my back. Because, let's see here. If we go to Microsoft, we have this dir 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we're missing the source code to a component. There is actually a bit missing. And that's that ZS. Yeah, I see how there's this BRZS. Let's see if it's there in later versions of the library. It's not the end of the world if we don't have it. It's just going to make things much more painful. So let's go back to Foone's repo, and this is not looking promising. This is already not looking promising from what I can see. Make then again, we may not need this library. Like, if we go back to what 3D Movie Maker is using, which is over here, and we go to elibs, we go to shipping, they're using ZB, they're using, I think we're building these three. Were those the ones that successfully built? Blah, 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 blah. Destination lib. So we got ZB. We got MM. We're just not getting it in the right build configuration, but that's a solvable problem. That's a solvable problem because the build configuration, it gets built twice. Like if I go up a level to lib, and you can see it here. There's 1, 2, 3. Where's the other one? This build system, like, it copies and renames files on the fly. It just, which one was ZB? So ZB. So we should have a BRZB, and we do. So we have the files it wants. If I can read the really tiny font, I could copy them. Yeah, like if we take these over, replace, And now the only file left is the Brin file. That one we're not using. That one we need to rebuild. I think that that's the same here. I don't think these were different. I should check that, though. Can I not undo that? Oh, that would be a little annoying. There's got to be a way to be able to do a debug build. But before we do that, let's see if we can build a shipping build with 3D Movie Maker shipping build. Because with debug stuff in Visual C++, everything has to be debug or ship. And they all have to be built the same. They really can't mix and match safely. So, no, Brin.lib is generated by 3D Movie Maker. It's not actually part of BRender itself. If we go up to 3DMM, that's where Brin.lib is generated. It's a different file. I don't know why they did it this way. I just know that they did it this way. So, okay. All right. Let's see if we can actually build this. So let's clean out the binary objects we don't need. So that goes away because we're going to rebuild that one from source. And then I think we just want to obliterate all the other .object files. I'm thinking that's exactly what we want to do. So find object xargs rm. So let's open. Do we have a spare command window that we can use? Nope, but we can make one. So, okay, mcvc2 vcvars 32 render. Okay, so if we're going to start building this from scratch, not BRender, we need 3D Movie Maker. So let's try and build the WinS target, and oh, I cleaned in the wrong directory. That's not a big deal. Okay, so if we want to do this correctly, we do set vars object WinS kvars and make. So that's going to build that. Okay, so that part built. Now we need to build Bren object WinS. Bren WinS and make. So that rebuilds that. So now I guess the moment of truth here is that are we actually going to be able to build 3dmovie.exe? And let me make sure I delete the old one. Well, almost. Unresolved. So we have some unresolved symbols. Are they not getting built, or are they not getting exported? So that's progress, though. We did get this far before, but let's see what's going on here. So if we go to here, I'm betting, let's like look for OS copy model to screen. Not 3D Movie Maker. We need BRender. Yeah, so this is handled in the ZB file. I'm guessing this is not getting exported because, again, it's annoying. Make this a bigger font. Okay, much better. So let's see what's going on here. So we have a bunch of pragma stuff, copies. What symbol? So this is the symbol that it's not. It's really not liking a whole bunch of these. It is picking up zbmesh.object, but it's not bringing in the mesh 386, which makes me wonder if the mesh 386 file is not getting pulled into the build, because that's kind of what it looks like is happening, which is very similar to what was happening before. So let's take a look. Oh wow, the bots are back. The bots are back. Do I need to put the channel in subscriber only chat? Alright. I'm just gonna move the camera a bit. Let me think about this. How do we want to tackle this? Yep. Alright, I'm gonna clean up the bots because, of course, okay, and I am going to put the channel. We are going to be in subscriber only for a while. Unfortunately, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Let's take a look and see what's going on in this library. Hopefully we can do so. So let's go to BRender objects or lib. So that would be dump bin exports brz bmxf.lib. There's not a lot being exported there. Okay, hold on. Dump in. Would be symbols. I guess because it's a stack library, it'd be symbols. Yes. Okay, so what are we not getting? I just lost the build messages because I used the same terminal, didn't I? I'm a freaking genius. Namas, thank you for the $5 donation for National Network of Abortion Funds. It really does make a huge difference. And I'm happy to see that we're now up to 118 concurrent viewers. We had a little bit of a slow start today, but I don't usually stream on Sundays. Like I said, I had some personal real life stuff. I actually had to go get a new set of glasses, and I'm getting a contact lens fitting on Wednesday. So that's, wait, hold on. This make 10. Oh, that's a different tool. Okay. So source. So I was probably saying something important and relevant. The problem is that it's hard to multitask and interact with the chat in real time. Well, I mean, if they subscribe to my channel, at least my analytics go up, but no, I'm really hoping they don't. YouTube's pretty good at catching bot channels that are getting botted. Like, I will sometimes see, like, I will gain 100 subscribers overnight, and then they will all disappear. So, question mark. I was doing something important. We were going to get the set bars. I wonder why it always rebuilds the entire thingamajig first. Oh, right. I don't want to do win D. I want to do win S. Okay. Because this is what we need, is this list of missing symbols. Because if we can't fix what's wrong with BRender, then there's no hope of ever being able to modernize the code base. Although at least because we can build it, it helps. So, like, let's see if we can find where this trapezoid render thing is defined. And it's not, which I guess makes perfect sense. So, we all know the problem is here. So, do we have, like, this trapezoid? Let's see here. It helps if you can spell. Yeah, so trapezoid render is defined, like, if I grab this symbol, and it's not there. Now if we grab the entire folder. Oh, well, hold on. Okay, yeah. So it's definitely not there. Do we have anything resembling it there? And we don't. So we have a bunch of aliases and pragmas right here, which I wonder if those are relevant in some way. Well, no, what am I saying? They are almost certainly relevant in some way. Because the symbol... But let's look at one of the other ones, because that one looks like it has a bunch of macro stuff happening. Like, if that one's... That one may have other things there going wrong. Yeah. So we can see that this procedure is defined here in mesh 386.asm. And then you can actually see the symbol failure. The symbol is used here in zmesh.c. And that's the file that it's complaining about unresolved external symbol. Which now makes me wonder, is mesh 386 not being built? Like, if we go to ZB, we go to build MXR. Like, do you not have object files? Oh no, that's because I ended up doing a make because I'm a genius. Make VC MVC depend. Okay. I mean, I'm seeing some concerning error messages, like expecting macro or rule definition found neither. So which ones is it failing that on? Perl make depend. I think I'm going to have to put a... well, I don't really want to put a dash V. I just got to figure out which one it's not happy about. Let's go back to the top level. Let's see here. Generating depends. How do I get the current working directory? Oh, hold on. I know what the problem is. I gotta go here, and I gotta disable this. Like that. Okay, now we can see what's going on. So when it goes into the Z... So ZS doesn't exist. Did we disable the wrong one? Like, why are you going into that folder to begin with? Oh, no, that's remmed out. So you go into ZB, and then when it goes to ZB, it gets unhappy and then breaks. So why are you getting unhappy and breaking? Oh, because you have an old copy of those files. Oh, okay. Alright, so hold on. Hold the horses. Hold the phone. LS star. And please don't delete anything useful. Alright, let's try that again. And then we can get rid of the rem here. And the rem here. And hopefully you just do the right thing. Okay, so if we look here, it looks like it all built the right thing that time. So we go here to depend out. We get all the dependencies correct. So now, so maybe I just had a bad build before. I mean, that's entirely possible. So let's rebuild it from scratch. And let's see if Mesh 386 gets handled. Okay. Well, Nico, thank you. It's actually a much better way of doing it than the way I did it. Alright. So, okay, so if we now take a look in the build folder, is this even get... So, yeah, we do get a Mesh 386 object. So that's a good sign. If we now go into looking at the library, are we getting no new symbols? Like, if we go to OS copy, or if I do a dump all... Let's see here, and we need to be on the right file, so that would be brzmfr.lib, and we still get an undefined there. So symbols are definitely not getting exported. And the question is why. If we look, I kind of, before we do anything else, I kind of want to commit what we are, because we've definitely made some major headway on solving this problem. I mean, granted, we've jumped through a stupid number of hoops to go this far, but we have definitely made headway. So let me... It might be a missing utility. We're going to have to look at that in a moment. But I do want to get these in source control before I break something. Cool. Okay, so let's do get status. What have we worked on that is not the command line I need? I need this one. Wow, that is a tiny font. Text. Ah, much better. So C BRender, get status. So we're not using that bin script, so let's get rid of that. So bin, what did I do in make libs? Yeah, that we want to keep. Yep, we want that. Make status. And ZB make file. Okay, so commit, clean up a bunch of BRender build stuff, pull in make dep from newer BRender source. Get working mostly here. Sign. Okay, cool. That is progress. That is absolute progress. Oh. Alright. The thing is that to use Visual Source Safe for Unix, I'm going to have to sit and reverse engineer it. So, you know, things. Okay. I'm going to take a brief moment away from keyboard. So, folks, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a few moments. And enjoy the music while I stretch my legs for a bit. Okay, and I am back. Alright. So we got definitely some things we need to figure out what's going on with. We need to see what's going on with the assembly target, because there's obviously something more fundamentally broken here. But I've got water. And I am hydrated. So let's take a look and see why this is not working. There's a bunch of ZB test stuff and like various test codes here. It looks like this is a test harness of sorts. I'm guessing I'm going to probably have to find the far lap 386 extender. Really don't want to do that. I doubt those will even run under Windows 11. But before we get to that, let's see if we can figure out what is going on here. Because obviously the assembler files are not building correctly. And maybe this is a problem with demake. Or maybe it's a problem with something else. Obviously the object file itself is getting built. But if we go here, you know, these symbols are not getting exported. Now, the question is, do they need a declaration export modifier on them? MASM is a little bit weird. I've never been very good at... I don't use it very often because it's such a quirky assembler. Like, if we go to stack size, like, we have a bunch of variables here. How are you guys... So, these are all being defined as external void C declaration, which is normal. Because usually if you're going to build a library, you have a definition file because you have target type lib. So what is going on here? Like, here's a bunch of Pentium macros. I mean, this is a lot of assembly code that I don't want to rewrite by hand if I can avoid. Because I'd probably have to write a test harness to figure out how it all works. It's not impossible, but this is easily a few hours or... No, this is a few days of work. Because it's... Although it is well commented, which helps. But I mean... Yeah, I mean, that's about 1,000 lines of assembler code. And then it does a whole bunch of macro stuff. So if we go, but if we start here at the mesh and we go all the way to the bottom, I mean, we have the end P, which is the start P, end P, which is definitely how things get defined as a MASM. I haven't had success building this on a newer version of MASM. I could try it, but I'm not optimistic of success. And I prefer to stay with period correct tools until we have a working build. I just feel like that this is not getting, like, do any of these other ones have assembler files? Like, you have temp.asm. But this looks very different. Like, this doesn't look like it's the same. In fact, I'm nearly certain it isn't the same. Like, see, this has got... This looks like Wacom syntax, actually. And it's not even used. It's not part of the build system. So let's see here. Do we... Is this file used? This block ops. And Let's take a look at that makefile. So that is built in. Are we, if we go to looking at, like, say, if this fixed multiplication exists, God, fixing all this is going to be really, really hard. Alright, so if we go to... Okay. I don't know how much is or isn't test code. I have no documentation for this. I got lucky. Someone was able to figure out what the build system was from the few files. Like, to say I am flying blind on this one is kind of understating it. So let's look at build. Which file do you? Yeah, so your build FW MFR lib. So if I look for something like fixed, so see this, when you look here, these are all getting defined. So it's really only the other file that is just like, screw you. So what the heck is the difference? Like, something here is not right. Because you see, we have, like, if we do this fast squared, does this symbol exist? Yes, so that gets defined. So that assembly file is getting built just fine. It's just the assembly files in ZB that are not getting built, which I don't understand. That's like, all right, let's do a full build. All right, let's do a depend. Compiler H that builds all the makefiles, Let's do let's put -v when it tries to build this. I'm only going to build this one section. And see if we can figure out what has gone wrong. And then I need to send this to a log. Or I guess I can just copy and paste it from the terminal. Alright. System can't find specified path. That's useful. System can't find specified path. What? ZB. Your dependency files are correct. Yeah, all those are correct. Macro. So far, so good. Cannot find specified path. Oh, well, I see. Okay, hold on. I gotta fix this. Yeah, that's what I had. Realized that just a moment too late to see what was going on. All right, so make depend. So nothing immediately looks wrong during the depend step. So let's do a -v and let's build it. I think I need to send that to a file. Like that needs to be redirected. Alright. Build.log. So let's go to like mesh 386. And it tries to... So this is the command line it builds. Like this. Which seems fine. Alright. So we confirmed a bit earlier that when you build FW, we are getting... Actually, hold on a second. Are these actually getting built in, or is it not? I just have thought that one might have C fallback code, because I mean that looks somewhat different. Let's fixed ATAN 2. BR. Nope, that exists only in assembly. So, okay. We're not sure what the... We're nearly certain that it's built with MASM. I mean, that is MASM syntax, but I've also seen indications it may have been using Wacom's assembler in MASM emulation mode. But you shouldn't be able to build and link those together easily, so I'm not completely convinced. And other files are building correctly, so this is why I feel very, very confused at what's going on. So now let's rem these out. Let's go to... FW, and let's build that one. Because I want to see if the linker commands are different in any notable regard. So build log FW. And then we let that run. It's going to take a bit. Okay. So now we look at the build linker. And then you would have like fixed, let's see here, like this. So do we have like anything notably different between these two? No. We don't. So the way the assembler is being called is correct. So the problem is further down the pipe. Is likely further down the pipe, but what has gone wrong is not clear. So we have this exists file. We have these include files. Trying to think of what I need to check. Can we run dump object on a build artifact? Oh, you are right. There are some warnings. Let's take a look at those. See, here it's running. So that's running those safe ones. Safe. Let's see here. Like if I look at mesh 386, I'm not seeing any warnings here. I mean, this is right where it does the build. Were there warnings of the command line? I mean, we can run the command manually and just see if it gives a warning. Yeah, no, I don't get it. There's no warnings. Unless there's one down here when it tries to build the actual library. I mean, the only warnings that we have here are just some demake stuff, which we've been seeing right along. I'm not super worried about this. And it's mostly because we're writing demake in verbose mode, because it's redefining OS. I don't think those are related. I'll come back and check those in a little later. But let's see what we've got here. So we know that this is building correctly. And then if we go to ASM here and we want to look at, say, fixed 386 here, would be symbol fixed 386, invalid or corrupt file. Probably, I saw this earlier, like dump bin doesn't like to do anything with objects. Unless you tell MASM to build everything as that would, because there is an ML option for that. Generate in COF format. Which I'm tempted to do just to see if it changes anything. Let's look at that. Let me find the line for fixed 386 ASM. So here's the file. And then you got output where? So if we do and then dump bin symbol, fixed 386 MFR. Okay, so we get so that actually causes symbols to get dumped. We can see that they're all there, so that's fine. So let's go look at ZB and see what's going on over here. So we give it the -cof option. We can at least look at it in and then we get, oh no, hold on. And then we get no symbols in this file. So what is going on here? What is going on? Like this is where we ran into trouble last time, and then Foone arrived with the binary objects as needed, and it made the whole thing not so much moot, but I was able to sidestep the problem for that stream. But unless they show up magically with like the solution, all right, there's got to be something more fundamental here we're missing. Like, let's scroll to the top. So you're defining a procedure as that, and if we look at what we're doing in ZB, I mean, we're making no real different calls to compiler options. Procedure. Well, this does include a lot of header and stuff that the other ones do not. Model flat model C. What does model flat do? That doesn't seem right. What's in zb.include? This looks like an auto-generated file. In fact, I know this is an auto-generated file, but why is it here? Because zb.include should be generated here as part of the build directory. Okay, so model flat C 386 protected mode code segment. Is this not declared for being in the code segment? Because it's entirely possible what's going on here. Like, if I just throw a dot code in there, so this is all code segment, because model flat makes sense. We want to use the C declaration API, if I remember my MASM correctly. Is it entirely possible it's blowing its brains out because it's... Oh. No symbols. Something is definitely wrong here with the way the headers are defined. So we have data, it includes this. Then we have the code segment. Alignment 4. We go here to... Like, what is this file? This is mostly just type defines. But they're type defines that should be automatically generated off the build directory from what we saw earlier. Because basically what the script is doing is it goes through all the files and generates allocations for them on the stack. But that shouldn't be preventing the symbol from actually existing. At least as far as I can tell, it shouldn't. So let me go back. Let's just see what other directives. Let's keep looking at this file. Because maybe there's something else in this file I'm not seeing. A bunch of various, really just mathematical functions. Square root, sine, cosine. Ah, nope. Sorry, that's not it. That's just publics. Yeah. So it's just defining those all as public interface things. So if we go back up here to the top, these are the only two places where these are defined. Are these potentially defined somewhere else? Hardcode lookup tables were not uncommon in this era. I mean, I've seen a lot of projects with those. Even in embedded, it's not that unusual. Yeah, so the symbol ends up there. So what is going on here? So... Wait. The declaration looks different. PB, no, it's not going to make a difference. Because PB would be assigned either to a stack or... Yeah, that wouldn't make a difference. So procedure proc uses MFX. Okay, hold on. MASM export symbol. It's gotta be a way. Wow. Okay. Stack Overflow is offline. Stack Overflow. Well, Stack Overflow is offline, guys. We've got a problem. Why is Stack Overflow offline now of all times? They've had like a lot of downtime in the last few weeks. God damn it. That's not helpful. Fine, I'll use the manual. I will use the manual. Okay, apparently when you redo it, when I clicked it again, it was fine. So model flats, call, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so this all talks about using an export file, which is the standard way you would do it. Or putting the word export or public on it, which is like normal. But I'm not seeing that anywhere except here at the bottom where it does these publics. Unless, like, do you do an include somewhere? Paste bin in my error logs. Which error logs? I mean, it's not super helpful at the moment. I can give you the missing symbols, which I believe is this one. Yeah, I can throw this in a paste bin. It's mostly figuring out why these symbols are not getting exported. Give me a moment. I'll put it in a gist. I just gotta do that on the other monitor. I need to make the clipboard so I can copy and paste out of the VM. You know, cause technology. Bidirectional. Okay, create a... Here we go. Grab that. So that's the build. Those are the symbols we're trying to figure out why they're not exporting. They're all in the FB folder. I mean, this all looks... It's got to be something relating to these two files. So we are 386 protected mode, flat, which is correct. We don't have a data segment, but it shouldn't matter. Type define FFF. And then we have these macros. Well, these macros have a weird character, which I wonder if that's breaking something. Just I mean, I've seen certain Microsoft tools go completely boom if there's an unexpected null somewhere. So I'm curious if this is related. Let me scroll all the way to the bottom to this. Like, I don't think it is, but just to humor myself. Because these files are not... These are being generated by H to include, but the ones that are being used are not, like, the right ones. Assembling, where did you come out? Yeah, it doesn't help. Just for the sake of humoring myself, let me try using the versions that we are building on the fly. That would be what? That would be build MXR like that. Okay. These files should be automatically generated FR like that. So okay, so that file's not dynamically generated. So all right. What is going on here? Dump bin all. Yeah, it's like I get a completely empty file out of this when everything else links and builds correctly, which makes me think that there's something wrong in the file. I've seen this weird type of corruption before, so hold on. There's actually a data segment in this file. It's just much further down. So if I get rid of, like, so there's all that dot code. So there is a code segment. It's just, it was further down in the file. Like, if I get rid of everything past this point, need to get a little less past that point. Like, if we just leave one function in this file, what happens? End directive unmatched. Oh, only provide these if library is fixed point. But that's not right. We need to these are needed if we are floating point. No. BRender has to be built against the floating point. Sorry, not BRender. 3D Movie Max has to be built against a hold on. I swear, if that is actually the problem, I might slightly scream. Because if... Yeah, hold on. Let's take a look at this. So the file we're looking for is like, we're looking for this ZBF copy to model. And that's handled here. Now, is this only ever called... And I know it's being used from a file called ZBmesh. And it's there. But it's only used if something called fast project is set to 1. Which means what? If based fixed. What? So if based fixed is set to true, so how's ZBmesh being compiled? No, I think we found where the problem is. It's yeah. So we get a based fixed and we get a based float. The file names, as indicated by 3D Movie Max, is that this should be used. It should be using a... Hold on, I gotta think about this. The base fix gets built... There's two separate build paths. It builds the fixed and the floating point build as two separate ones. And then the file name generated determines if it's built against the fixed or floating point version. Oh wow, Mac84. Can folks give Mac84, who's a great, does a lot of good vintage Mac stuff, a round of applause. And if you're not subscribed to their channel, go subscribe. So this is telling me that the build might be freaking skewed. And actually, hold on. If we look at ZBmesh, because it should be trying to build it twice. So ZBmesh.mfr, which would be the floating point build. Yeah, and it comes out like that. And that's the one we use, and we end up with an undefined symbol. Based float. I think it's a bug, I just don't know what causes it. Because that should mean fast protect is defined to 0. But it is defined. Because technically the variable exists. I've seen preprocessors do that. I don't... Because if you define it to 0, it essentially does a variable replace... No, that should mean that this is a 0. And then it would go down this code path. And this is the only place that this function is used. Which is what we are missing the symbol on. Like if we pick another one of these... It's only used if fast project is defined. Which means that we're picking up... are these getting defined somewhere that they're not supposed to be? I might actually explain it. So if defined. Yeah, based float is passed in as needed. So let me just... Oh, I'm going to be really annoyed if that actually fixes it. Let's just try that. I mean, that is bizarre. All right, let's chuck the build directories. I mean, this file doesn't look correct to me either. There's other problems here. But let's figure out what's going on here. Because then the symbol, that symbol problem actually... I don't know, my brain is... We need to enable the full build if we want to try this. Make library. I mean, it's possible they were building this with a lot of compilers. It is possible that this was not heavily tested with Visual C++ 2. We know that this code may not one-to-one correspond with what Microsoft was using. So it is possible that what we see here is a regression. You know, someone made a mistake and didn't realize it. I mean, that is entirely possible. All right, let's see if we can build this. So we need to do that. All right, let's let that build. Well, the main thing is that by building it on NT351, I now know what is and is not expected behavior, for better or worse. So that was not a waste of time by any measure. So, okay, so if we take care of that, then we can copy... where's the elibs folder? You know what? Screw it. I'm just going to take the lazy approach, and we're just going to copy the whole thing. Okay, cool. And now we need to go to the other build. What happens when we run nmake? Like, just humor me here. What happens? We get the same build failures. The X should mean that this is a floating point 1. No, I'm pretty sure this is the problem with fixed versus floating point. Like, I'm almost certain of that at this point. Now that we've looked at how the code actually works, I'm just not completely convinced what is or isn't happening. It's almost like the variable is being skewed. I just don't see how. Only provide these when the libraries are built to floating point. And then this entire file essentially gets disabled as a side effect of that. Which makes perfect sense. Clear cache. Here, clear cache. Hold on. Wait. So lib out, floating point, MFR. Look at the copy libraries file before I do anything. What version of it is it actually trying to use? Like, did we come to a wrong conclusion last time we looked at this? I think the X is the based version. I see the problem. I see it. I actually do see what the problem is. Oh, that is really annoying. Okay. So here is what's going on. I understand. BRender is using the fixed build, not the floating point build. But there is a header file in here. There's a header file in here called ZB include, which is the generation of the H2 include stuff. And if we look in this file, based, it says fixed base equals 0, and that disables the routines in the assembly file that we need. Okay, that explains it. So that means I think I just have to delete those files, because I think it will use a file in the current working directory before anything else. I think I just gotta do that, except in a Git window. Like, is it possible it is actually that easy? I mean, I'm not entirely convinced, but let's find out. So it's going to do all the depend stuff. It's going to build it. Well, the fact of the matter is I know that we're building with a different SDK than what they were using. From what I could tell looking at the source code comments, they were building against Beta 2 Chicago, and they were building against one of the early NT 3.5 ones. So I am getting the distinct feeling. All right, let's see. I mean, it built, which is a good sign. So here's the let's go for the easy question. If we go look at the symbols that are being defined, symbol mesh 386. Oh right, that's not actually going to work. Yeah, that's not going to work because it's not a cough file. Screw it. We'll just copy it across. YOLO. Okay, so files copied or, well, moved. Only one unresolved. Only one unresolved. Okay, that is progress. That is progress. Yes. Yes. We're not out of the way. We're not out of the way. But it shows that we had a variable skew issue. We still have to fix the other one. But that's a victory. Nice! Oh, that is good. That is good. Oh, that is progress. That is progress. Okay, I'm gonna plug the fundraiser. If you're enjoying this content, consider making a donation to National Network of Abortion Funds. Link is directly below the chat. If you wish to support me directly, the links are in the description, but please do NNAF before supporting me directly. Oh, that is just a freaking victory. Ooh. Yeah, no, it's definitely we still have some glitches, but okay. Apparently BRender had to be based for this to work, and that seems so on topic it's not even funny. That is a freaking victory. And actually, this also has other... I am curious how attached 3D Movie Maker is to the fixed point floating point code, because it looks like most of this is kind of all for fixed point stuff. No, we have one more unresolved symbol, which is probably a similar problem. I'm going to just step away from keyboard for a moment. I'm just going to stretch my legs, and then we are actually going to try and solve this today. I'm feeling kind of optimistic, so I will be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. Just leg cramps. I was on my feet for like 10 hours yesterday. I had to go into Manhattan. Yeah, this is going to be a momentary story time with NCommander. So, I had to get new glasses. Mine were like 5 years old. I was due when the pandemic started, and well, I finally got around to doing it. So I had to go into Manhattan. I had to do glasses. I had to run like a whole bunch of errands. So I spent, I don't know, 7-8 hours just wandering through Manhattan. And when all was said and done, and if you're in the tri-state area, you know that it was rain and miserable all day yesterday. So I'm standing in the rain near like the Manhattan Mall, and it's like, okay, it's time to go home. So I get on the subway to go to World Trade because it's, you know, New Jersey. The Port Authority Trans-Hudson Tubes is permanently in a state of construction and non-usability. So I thought I'd go to World Trade Center because I can get the red line there, and that's a nice straight run to Jersey. I have never been on a 6 train that packed. I mean, I honestly thought if you put one more person in that subway car, it was going to be a reenactment of the Wafer Thin Mint skit. It was that packed. And, you know, when you're dealing with mass transit, when you see the sign that the 4 train is running on the local track this weekend, it makes this one sad. So Yeah, so I'm basically crammed in a tiny little space. Fortunately, most people were wearing masks, but I mean, I was assigned to. I'm going to actually go full droid cam. I just need to take a little break before we continue. So, I actually was assigned overseas to work in Shanghai for a client project, and let me tell you that the metro in Shanghai was less crowded than the subway train. It was like if they put one more person in, the whole subway car would have just spilled out because it was over capacity. It's like ridiculous. So we're making every local stop through Manhattan. So we're just like Grand Central, 33rd Street, 28th Street, 23rd Street, 14th Street. It's like, yes, now we'll switch to the express track. And then we get, due to construction, this 4 train is continuing local service to Brooklyn Bridge. It's like, no! So my sanity is disappearing station stop after station stop after station stop after station stop. And finally, we get to Fulton Street, which is the closest, Wall Street, which is the easiest place to transfer to the path. So we get there, finally go down the staircase, and we get, due to construction delays, PATH trains are now running every 30 minutes. And it's like, it's like, something inside died. Like, I just felt it break in two and then just go off. And hopefully it's in a better place. Navjack, it wasn't really a choice, unfortunately. Trying to get a cab on a Saturday evening, it's just like, it's a nope. I wasn't down there for that long, so it's probably okay. It's just, I couldn't put this trip off. I had been putting it off for 2 years, and I really couldn't do it anymore. I have to do a follow-up on Wednesday. This entire coming week is shot. I do have some good news. I did upload the next video, hopefully for release for Patreons on Monday, coming this Friday publicly. I still have to do the final review check, the subtitles, and all that, but it's coming. Nobody important. My pronouns are he and him. So yes, that was my yesterday. And so what had supposed to be a relatively short trip in the city, I get back to my apartment about 9 p.m. It's like, oh, I really want to sleep. And then just as I'm about to lay down, it's like, oh, son of a, I have to stream tomorrow. And I have to set up Windows 11. And I'm pretty sure my neighbors heard the resulting scream. Because, now, fortunately, I had a usable Windows 11 VM. I had to install updates because it hadn't been started in 6 months, but, yeah. Petro, for where I live, its path is much easier. So, oh yeah, cat ears. You know, cat ears have not come out at all this stream. Actually, where are the cat ears? Oh, there they are. Oh yes, speaking of things I saw in Manhattan, is I saw a Mecha Cookie Monster. Yes, and because it was requested, the cat ears are here, and hopefully we'll get a few more donations because cat ears seem to bring all the donations out. So, really hoping we get to free K, if not this stream, then soon, because I probably will do additional follow-ups. Alright, anyway. We were doing things. So yes, this was my yesterday. This was my descent into madness. And so, in many ways, this is an improvement. So, what is going on with this trapezoid render? And I'm already seeing a lot of things that kind of scare me. So let's check out what this header file is, because when I see pragma alias, I'm already getting unhappy Well, let's hold on. Let's actually see what this ant feature is. I like this. Hawkeye. And this is like decades before the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So, to Tynat. So where is this potentially defined? So it's defined in the file tpizza2. So tpizza2. Like, is this going to be a nice, easy one where I just have to check a macro? It's probably not, but... Okay, so here's... I mean, is this doing... Like, what is this? Like, is that an alias? Where else do we have this defined? I guess that's a macro? Hold on, let's see. I mean, it is the macro assembler. 55... Thank you, Rage Tavi, for the $55 US donation. We're still working on BRender, but we solved a major hiccup. We're dealing with the last undefined symbol. So this has to be defined somewhere. Like, if we look at our linker failure, what file was trying to use this? It was called AZTMV. Okay. So it does this define for... Wow, this code is pure spaghettium. Spaghetti. I'm feeling the magic on this one. Like, this is feeling like some really deep magic. So function name, t name, bump light. So what's in this header file? Oh. What? What is this? What is this, man? This is preprocessor abuse. Oh, this is spaghetti pizza code. This is like the type of person that puts spaghetti on pizza. Like that's our pizza crimes right there. Okay, let me see if I can decode the ancient... God, this is bad. What file were we trying... What were we doing again? Because my brain... I almost feel like I should be trying to build a more modern BRender to build 3D Movie Maker against, but I want to get all the gremlins out of this. Like, there is a possibility we can get this to build with one of the later BRender releases, which probably have less assembler in it, I hope. But I'd like to get the original ones going, if at all possible. So you're the file that dies. Arbitrary width texture manager. Like, this almost looks like this is generating a what am I thinking? This almost feels like it's like generating dynamic code on the fly. Because again, if we look at that header file, I mean, it basically is. But then why do we have an assembler version of the same thing? Because we have this defined here. and there. And we also have it defined in zbi.proto. So let's go to zb setup and let's just see how these things are all used. Oh, this is feeling very... Yeah, okay. So this basically handles lighting engines and more. Oh boy. Like, if we're going to do further projects with BRender, and I'm not certain we will or will not, I am tempted to try and update it to a more recent version, but I still want to see if we can get this one to build. If for historical interest, if nothing else. So triangle render. So this is, I guess, used for shading. I guess that makes sense. So, but how does it get defined and or generated? That's not what I'm looking for. So you get defined, you can be defined here as something, something, something Hawkeye. Is this file actually used? Here, let's ask a more basic question. Because sometimes they will generate C and assembly versions. And yes, it does look like it's used. Yeah, I think it's an overloaded function on the assembler. I actually think that is what it is doing, which... Man, they did it things fascinating back in this day. Or horrifying, depending on how you want to look at it. No, so this triangle render gets passed down to this function. But this NT variant doesn't seem to actually get defined anywhere. Like, if I... This is what we're looking for, is the Tynat one. So ZB setup Tynat is referred to there, and it's referred to there. PIZ to Tynat. So, but this isn't defined anywhere here. So are we missing a file, or are we missing something else? Because this gets defined. Define ZB. Yeah, so here's the trapezoid call. So you should be getting generated unless you're missing an underlying function, which is entirely possible, because you would need the underlying this, which is the triangle render. So is that code present and accounted for? Alright, so where does this come from? ZB Proto. I don't think this function exists, because I'm not seeing it. Just that the no, but this specific TIA-NT is not actually in the file. Like, if we look at, because basically this gets pre-processed. It's a VM. I'm running in a virtual machine. I'm still on Ubuntu. Because you can see that they have this Hawkeye version down here. And if we look at the assembler file that goes with it... Or actually... Oh, I see. Hold on. I see what you're saying. TZ2. Can I include both of these? No, I can only include one or the other. So I guess I need to have Hawkeye enabled. Wow, this source code is pure spaghetti. All right, let me check the. Let's try that. Let's see if we can do that. Is there any other files that we're going to have to switch out to do that? I guess we'll find out. So let's grab you. Oh, I can't just, like, do that. Okay, well, fine. What's the window of my magic clean command? Should be here. It's probably one of the other windows. Yeah, here it is. Cool. All right. Let's try building it. So make MVC depend. You know, chat. Let's take some odds here. I want to see how you guys feel. You guys are feeling about this. I don't. Navjack, I'm not certain how far I'm going to take this, to be honest. I enjoy doing it as a fundraiser. It's mostly depending on how much interest we get as a community. If people continue enjoying watching me work on this in real time, I will continue doing these streams intermittently. Otherwise, I'll switch to a different topic. And I may take breaks from it because I can only do it for so long. Like, I only can do one thing for so long before my head starts just leaking. So I'm going to basically be doing it on a... Basically, as long as viewership and fundraising remains good, this will be the thing we'll be doing for the time being. No, let's go that way to the other way. And let us see if this actually freaking builds. So if we go to 3DMM and make. No. Damn. Did I screw up somehow? Okay. So what gives? What gives? Can I dump bin on the lib file? I'm not certain if I can. Yeah, I can. Alright, so let's do a symbol dump. Wait, is that a different TIA PZ2 time TIA? Okay, I guess we need both. Yeah, because the symbol's actually there. I guess we need both. Yeah, okay, fine. If we can build with both, let's try and build with both. Definitely, this is definitely a different version of BRender than what they... It's very close, but it's different than what they built the actual Movie Maker code with, which means that we might have some extremely exciting debugging coming up, which is going to be a real problem because the debugger probably won't work on this version of Windows. I lost my terminal window. 3D Movie Maker. Where's the... I must have closed it. Oh, wow. Full screen. Open folder. I mean, the other thing we could have done if we were missing source code is reverse engineer it out with Ghidra, because if we have full symbols of the library files, it would be relatively straightforward to replace any missing code. I'm hoping we don't have to do that, but it's an option if we need it. Let's see here. PAZ2. So I guess I need just to add both to the make file. Is it really that easy? I've got my doubts. All right, let's see. Pietro, there were derivatives of this. This was the original Microsoft version, but there was definitely a known Nintendo one and other ones. Foone's documented. Folks, if you can hear me, please let me know in chat. Issue persists. I can see myself. What happened? Nintendo one. I see it if I open a new browser tab. Okay, all right. So I think YouTube just broke. That was weird. OBS locked up on my side. I had to force quit it, and then I had to restart it. So okay, we're good. We're good. That is crisis averted. I don't know what the last thing you guys heard was. Did YouTube make a new stream? It shouldn't have. I didn't end the previous one. Just looking. No, I only see the one. I don't know. Maybe it's just being YouTube. Let me just look in Studio real quick and see what's going on. No, it seems fine. Yeah, it seems fine on my end. Okay. Yeah, so what I was saying was Foone, they have a Twitter thread. You'd have to look through their Twitter, which I realize is a daunting task. They talked a fair bit about 3D Movie Maker and their variants. There was the original Microsoft version. It was licensed to Nintendo. I know there was a few other versions beyond that. And then brain fart. And then after that, it basically was used in various ways up until the 2000s. What was going on in this terminal? Yeah, we need to end make here. Oh, it built. It built. No, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm going to do a clean build. I'm doing a clean build. Hold on. Yeah, there was a no Nickelodeon version with a bunch of Nickelodeon assets. I think it was like they had some SpongeBob thing. I think 3D Movie Maker built. It's there. Yeah, hold on. Let me add Dungeon Seeker to the list, if I can. YouTube's thing. The thing is, I can make you a moderator, but I can't, like, easily add someone. I have to do it on the panel. But if they're... let me do that right now. Damn it. Dungeon Seeker, I need your YouTube channel name, and I'm not seeing it. Like, I can't right-click it and pull you up to add, unless I make you a moderator, which I don't like... I don't really... Like, I can add moderator, but I can't add you as approved user for links. Okay. Okay, 2 point... Alright, what was I saying? So we did manage to build it. We need to test it. Will the newly built 3D movie maker work? Okay. Sadmac, if you can get Dungeon Seeker's channel ID, which is just their channel page, I'll add them to the approved users list, so they can post links directly. Yeah. So, alright, let's test and see if it'll actually work. Because if this works, it means that all we have to do is find a replacement for Audio Man, and then we'll be able to completely build it from source code. Now, Foone is working to see if they can get the source code to the audio layer, but audio code is easier to replace than video code. So, you know, take the good with the bad there. We won't be able to do a whole lot of, like, we won't be able to make a 64-bit version at all until that's taken care of. So let us replace this. That's fine. Let's... Well, it started. I hear sound. Let's put the disc in. How do I make it do the entire intro sequence? I probably have to delete something to make it do that. So it did start. Which is a really promising sign. It's probably something in documents. Or app data. Like, I don't know. Okay. 300. Wow, Petro. Holy cow. 300. We are now over 3,100. You can put the link in chat, and then I'll add them to the approved list. Okay,
Hola, hey, let's go see a movie. Come on, it might be funny, maybe scary.
Yeah, that is working. I could uninstall it and reinstall it, because I want to let it run the entire opening. Wow, that is broken. That is broken. That is not the way that's supposed to look. That's like some horrible crossover between I don't know what that is, but that's not the way that's supposed to look. Alright, so let me add Dungeon Seeker to the approved users list. And I gotta go into Studio to do that. Because, you know, it's be nice if YouTube... I wonder if there's a setting I can set for that. See our community. Add to approved users. Dungeon Seeker. Okay, you should be able to post URLs now. Oh... We are using Visual C++ 2.0. Alright. I'm going to first delete the user directory and just see if that resets it. And then if it doesn't, then we'll go looking in the registry. Which should be what? Microsoft Kids. Program files. Microsoft Kids. Users. Well, alright, let's just see if there's anything in the registry. Alright, like current user, software, Microsoft Kids. Okay, so I guess... okay, I guess we just delete that and see if it works. Alright. Let me turn off the background music. Let's see if we can get the intro to play. If not, I'll just reinstall it. Because I haven't found a way to make it play the intro after you've installed it. Yep, okay, that's fine. Okay.
Well,
there we go.
There. My name, if I may present myself, is McZ. Nice to finally meet you face to face.
That's running.
Go to Imagine I'll pack the help machine in case you have any, movie-making questions.
No, I turned the music off.
Portfolio, where we keep all of our magnificent work. The toolbox, so we have everything we need.
So yeah, we have a working BRender.
The talent book, so you can see all of the actors you can use in your movie. And let's see a few other things.
I have to admit, this is I do find this amusing.
You never know what's going to happen in Imaginopolis. So, if you ever need any help, just click me.
Okay, I'm just gonna let it play out. Okay, the intro might be an AVI, but, you know, it's running. We'll get into the engine in a moment.
Who's there?
Don't you recognize Super Z? No, wait. I'm your amigo Carlos.
How do I get it to skip now?
I don't know. I'm a cheesecake.
I love cheesecake.
Gotcha. Fooled ya.
This did actually run on PCs of the day.
From the talent book. Hey, wherever you go, keep your eyes open for the rest of the pages, okay? They could be anywhere.
McZ, are you coming?
Yeah, I'll be right there.
Remember the carpet bag.
Okay, thanks, Melanie. See you inside.
Yep, we'll try that. We'll try rendering something.
Hey.
Alright, let's watch
Here
a
are
movie.
today's feature films. Select the name of the movie you want to open. When you're done, click the OK button.
Let's look at City Tour. Just see if the actual rendering engine actually renders.
Ciao, welcome to the lobby. Buttered popcorn.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, if I had this as a kid, I would probably use this a lot, because I remember Storybook Teller for MS-DOS, and it's like, if I had known this existed as a kid... Alright. RIP! Sad face. Alright, so now what broke? I can see that assuming I said that correctly, claimed that that's what would break, and that's what it did. Oh, I just have to update model.h from the one from BRender. Oh, okay. All right, well, that's easy enough. So let's get a little background music going again. No, we're not giving this up yet. Okay. So if I just need to update model.h. How do I do that? Let's see here. Let's go. Okay, this shouldn't be too bad. So if we go here, all right. So there's model.h from BRender, which actually, that actually makes a lot of sense because we didn't build the full SDK, and 3D Movie Maker has a bunch of SDK code here in yeah, so model.h. Okay. Yeah, I should actually commit this. That's not a horrible idea. All right, so status. I do feel like we're mostly up to date on most repos, but yeah, let's do a commit. Okay, so add ZB 586 ZB makefile ZB mesh fix math based issues. Okay. All right, that taken care of. And then we just need to get push. Okay. Yeah, this needs definitely needs a dot get ignore. But definitely. I didn't actually realize that someone else had been working on getting this to work. I hadn't seen anything on Twitter. Borja, I don't know how to say it. I apologize. But yeah, so if we do model.h, so let me make sure the 3D stuff is up to date. Get status. Wrong window. 3D Okay. Yeah, nothing here. Nothing here we actually care about. I only have those in the get ignore. That's okay. Bjork. Okay. So if I have to update model.h, although I wonder if I have to modify any of the other files. Let's see, let me just look at the comments in chat. So new BR signature, some of the code. Okay. All right. Wrong file. We need the one from... Oh yeah, if the music is too loud, let me know. I just realized that it might be a bit loud. Okay, there we go. So, BRender. Include. Model.h. Bren, include, replace, and now alright, that is definitely going to be a step forward. Alright, so let's get rid of all the object files. Okay, so that should force a full build. Let's start with here. Wrong window. Probably need to also... I need to... Well, we just need to do this right from the top. So, and as things break, we will do it. We only have a shipping build at the moment. So, and not a full debug build. We got BRender built with all symbols. We apparently, at this point, just have some ABI issues that have to be worked out. Bjork apparently has managed to get this working with custom make files, so definitely going the right way. And everyone, please give a warm welcome to Foone joining us. So, win S and make. And make. Because I do also... We still need to do this for the debug build. But let's see how far we can get. And we still have some other things we have to fix. Okay. Well, that built successfully. So active render as a paramount after... Okay, I'll join the 3DM open Discord next time I have Discord open. I must have missed it on Foone's Twitter. So yeah, okay, so we have Studio. That built successfully. I would think that we have gotten a linker failure. Okay, hold on. Just need to do it there. So, have we figured out a replacement for the audio D stuff, or not yet? C or B. So that gets built. Might have been actor H. I feel like that entire header file, this entire directory, I should just replace with the one from here, because this is essentially a copy of the SDK. So I feel like that's closer to what I actually should be doing. Okay. Ah, frick. Now, what I would not give for a working clean target. Yeah. Getting that demake stuff sorted, it's... If we can make it work with the fixed build, it would... it gets rid of a lot of the assembler code, but getting this portable is going to be a real nightmare. I'd say it's even going to be really hard to get it. Okay, so alright, now we've got that. Okay, so object. Object win S. Right, let's see if that handles that. So what I discovered is that some versions of Masm do actually have a working thing. I gotta tell you, fixing the build system to build a working BRender was not trivial. their build system, I think, is was skewed. It has a bunch of cached header files and other broken things. So it was trying to build a few files with based fixed and some with based float. I had to pull parts from later renders to fix it. Like it wasn't buildable as is. It wasn't, I had to do a fair bit of patching. And I am using period correct tools, even if though we are on, modern Windows. Okay. So, all right, that needs to be fixed. Can't convert one object, parameter, cdel. Let's see here. What is it missing? Probably just needs a C declaration. Okay, so now we go here. Wrong VS window. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if it's yeah, I mean, this definitely looks like this is part of the SDK code. Like, probably what happened is they built 3D Movie Maker against the official SDK and then the source code to a very similar but not quite identical version is rendered. So all I gotta do is add render data. Okay, can't convert model. Let me just see here. Where do I have to add it? Actor, model, material. Let me see here. Reread as a parameter to action rendered. Why am I not seeing this? So here's action rendered. Now I look at the actor file. Actor rendered. Or not. Yeah. I mean, yeah, assuming we can get past this last hiccup, we should have it working, which means the only thing left is the audio man. And I kind of just want to see if I can stub that out so we can at least we can start trying to get it to build on a more recent compiler. Okay. Can't convert one parameter. Just like that cannot be what's missing. No, it's not. He told me what's missing. I need to add void render data as a parameter. But why am I not seeing that? Well, where's the render data? Is the render data the return type? Void render data. And you go to structure actor. Let's see here. Render data. Structure actor. Nope, it's just a parameter. So, okay, so it's just a parameter. Render style, material. So that means this would go here. Void. Void render data. Like that. Right after the PBMT procedure parameters I said. Okay, it's let me make this smaller because I just realized this is getting clipped by the camera. Okay. So, alright, so it looks like it goes one later. Let me just look at the comments here. Actor H, so far not. Need void render data as a parameter after the PBMT. Do you have a header file I have to also edit? Cannot convert one parameter. Rendered data. Oh, okay. So there's a header file missing. God, there are days where my brain is functional, and then there are days where I'm just like not completely. Okay. All right, so we add that there. Hey, cool. All right. Thank you for the help. Sorry if I'm being a little bit... Still need to fix the rest of the build script, but this should get 3D Studio.exe building. Okay. So now, if we go to Object, we go to 3ds, 3D Movie, and then we copy it. Oh. Okay, let's turn off the music and see if it does anything. Give me a moment. Alright. Here's hoping. Continue. Well, it started, which is a good sign.
Hola, hey, let's go see a movie. Come on, it might be funny, maybe scary. You pick. Select the name of the movie you want to open. When you're done, click the
Well,
OK
actually, we're
button.
getting this render before, which we weren't, which is a good sign. No, we're still using... Oh, that's looking good. It was better. No, that was actually an improvement. We got quite a bit further in than not. And yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay, so if Bjork knows what's going on, that saves me having to fix the debug build. And having to use a WinDebug, because that would be really, really unhappy. Yeah, it's definitely crashing. Let me see here. Is it leaving a log file? I think it only does that with the debug build. I think we would have to... it uses texture map drawing functions for smooth. We fixed that. Okay, well, that's easy enough to fix because that's handled in the official build system. That is actually handled because we dealt with that earlier. If we go to ZB setup. We have different configurations that handle flat shading and such. So let's see here. Texture map drawing functions for smooth shading and flat shading, which it shouldn't be. So which version of these functions do we actually need to be using? Okay. For smooth shading, uncomment the second comment, which is here. All right, well, that seems easy enough. I'm not building with full debug. I'm building in shipping configuration because dealing with BRender is really irritating. Okay. You know, I don't trust that, so I'm going to just obliterate the build folder. Okay. And balance has been achieved. Okay. Do that with flat shading. Okay, we can do that. It's interesting because we actually had a linker failure related to that earlier due to discrepancies. Like, I almost feel like this is like a snapshot from Visual Source Safe or something. Would explain why it's in such a broken state. All right, let's do it to it. Okay, lib. .3D elib. All right, we grab that. We grab that. And then we grab the other build window. Now we got what I wouldn't give for a working clean target. Actually, I could probably just delete the files in here. I don't think I have to do a full rebuild. Famous last words on that sentence, but... Okay. Have to figure out that chomp thing soon. Yeah, I probably should lose some open windows, but... well, I kind of need the ones I just closed. I really only have a handful open, to be realistic. But some of these I don't need anymore. Like, I don't need you. I don't need you. Okay, so now we need to grab... Oh, did I really revert? Wow, I have... Thank you. There are days. There are really days. Lib. Yeah, I'm just gonna 3D elibs win s. Okay. Okay. And now we are back to an unresolved external symbol again. So we're back to where we started, but we had this problem before, so I don't think this is unsolvable. I actually think... And thank you $5 for the anonymous donation. So what... We had fiddled with this to get the TIA rendering working. Which one did it... Which one is it blowing up on? Which one doesn't it like? TZ2. Oh, music too loud. Oh, the third one was the one I was supposed to uncomment. Yep. We fixed it for, we did manage to fix it for, it's done with a really complex set of aliases, and it was in an unused file. Really, the whole thing is just, the source code is amazing in, like, a horrible way. I mean, I know it's like it's an almost 30-year-old, 28-year-old bit of source code, but still. Alright. Depend. Make. Did that. Yeah, I couldn't build the test code, but that's fine. Okay, cool. That actually worked. So, all right, let's try that again. Source. Yeah, it's probably just easier if I do it this way. Like, why am I doing this the hard way? Program files, Microsoft Kids, 3D Movie Maker. Well, okay, so that's the reason why I'm doing it that way. This is fine. Program files, Microsoft Kids, 3D Movie Maker. Replace. Continue. All right. Attempt 3. Come on.
Hola, hey, let's go see a movie. Come on, it might be funny, maybe scary. You pick.
And let me kill the VLC music.
Select the name of the movie.
I mean, this interface is different than what I was getting before. Okay, 2, 1. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. That is working. Nice. There we go, lads. We still have to fix the rest of the 3D Movie Maker build system, or at least figure out how to build the rest of it. We have to then fix the... Wow, that's a bit creepy.
Hey, that was excellent. What should we do now?
Nice. Very nice. I do wonder if the shading looks different from the stock version. Like, can we compare these side by side? Like, will it let me do that? No, it will not. I just want to see if we can see, like, any visible differences to the original. I turned off the synthwave. Okay, so let's watch a movie.
Hola, hey, let's go see a movie. Come on, it might be funny, maybe scary. You pick.
Yep. I mean, the stock version works on Windows 11 just fine.
Select the name of the movie you want to open. When you're done, click the OK button.
God, this is such a weird interface. Which one did I... Oh, no, that was the... It's the other folder that has, like, the McZ movies. Yep. We still have to fix other build failures. It doesn't finish the entire build script. I mean, I guess the shading looks similar to me. Yeah. Foone, that would actually be really useful. Oh, the thing is, how does it dump the 3D movies to AVIs? Because if there's something wrong with the shading engine because we're using a different shading mode, then it may not show up in AVI. Has there been like a whole bunch of forks of 3D Movie Maker in the last week that I just haven't seen? I mean, this is still, you know, considering this is 1994 technology and it's running on like, this would run on a Pentium. It's really impressive. Okay, that's fine. I can live with the fact. Yeah, this guy's just flying. No Amiga port. Okay. Oh, nice. Was there any major problems with getting audio, the audio library to link? Because I've seen forward compatibility issues. That's a interesting. I mean, this will run on Itanium as is, because Itanium can run 32-bit binaries. I mean, if I really, like, if we got up to, I don't know, $5,000 raised, I'd actually pull out the Itanium box and run it on it. I won't try and do a native compile because I am not handwriting Itanium assembly. There are limits. Okay. Foone, I can't decide if that is more or less cursed than running it on Itanium. I've got Itanium hardware. I did the entire pinball video running Itanium hardware. It was my power bill. Haha, I'm in danger. Okay, so cool. Let's get things committed so we have a reproducible build, because given what happened last time, like 5 people are going to try and rebuild this immediately the moment I post it. So hopefully someone will be able to confirm that it's all good. So setup. Do that one here. Change BRender rendering model to disable unused disable texture that isn't used in 3D allows for successful build. Foone? No. We aren't talking about very long instruction words on a home pregnancy test. No, I don't even want to think about that. Like, no. I mean, if the Itanium port of AIX resurfaced, because it was known to exist, but still, no. Okay, so, alright, so BRender has been pushed. Foone, do you want pull requests for these? Because I forked off your most recent repo. Holy cow, that is a bit messy. Yeah, hold on. Let's fix the let's fix the get ignore file, please. Thank you. Okay, git ignore. Lib map. Actually, lib we need to commit, at least for the time being. Unless you want to make people suffer for building BRender. So that one we'll leave open. What else? And .i. Well, I have titanium ports, and the other part is not as hard to get. And I can't believe I'm saying that sentence, but fine. All right, so let me let's see here. Add breen dot no, it was bwild.h. So commit sm. I'm going to just turn off the camera for a moment because I'm going to have to type passwords in for a bunch. So this file is change callback declaration for, okay, hold on, and then Git really annoys me at times. So s change callback declaration for BRender. Commit import new headers from BRender 1.12. Cool. All right, let me see here. What else do I need to import? Lib, elib, wins. We have to build a debug build, unfortunately, because at this moment it's going to be skewed. Git add. Okay, all right. I believe that's all I need to add. And yeah, the git ignore file. Okay. Fortunately, we should be able to do a debug build of BRender relatively easy. But let's see if we can fix the rest of the build system first. Git ignore. Hold on, we've got to add more things to that git ignore file. You need this. You need that. And .map is the other one we need. You're there. Why? Is it being like stupid about case? It might be being stupid about case. Like, do I have to do this? No. Oh, I know why. Hold on. Git add, git ignore. Commit. I'm not going to worry about it. Update, git ignore. Okay. Cool. Push that all. All right. Let's see if we can get the rest of the build system here working. I don't know if there's any point in trying to rebuild the Unicode stuff, but definitely going the right direction on this. So the next thing that isn't building is, this is not the right window. Like, I wanted to see if it can build all targets. So it can't build chomp, which probably just means it's missing a tool somewhere. Like, if I go into tools, I have the source code to chomp. So let's figure out why we can't build it. Source. Let's see here. Tools. Like, where do you get built? I'm guessing, let's see, let's close everything we don't need. So I don't think we're going to be playing with BRender more. We might be, but I don't think so. BRender. Close others. Yeah, so we don't need that one. So let's look at that top, that's demake. All right, so this one we need. James Brennan, thank you for the 25 British pounds donation towards National Network of Abortion Funds. It really does make a huge difference. Let's just see what's going on here. Let's take a look at the good old make file. It's like it's possible the target just didn't build for whatever reason. Like, I don't know what this... There's like, it wants a bunch of utilities that just don't seem to be there. Because it tries to build tools and question mark on what happens next. Like, I never figured out what that set build thing is. Except it apparently does build all the tools. Doesn't know how to make chomp.exe. So it tries to go into tools. Because we have the make file here. If we go to the top level directory, so this goes here. This goes to this make file. And then it should be trying to build all the... Oh, well, I know part of why it's not trying to build all of these. Hold on. Kvars and make, but it doesn't try and build the tools. Like, it builds all the object files, but doesn't actually seem to actually build it. Huh. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of weird layers to this. So let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. So tools, so it goes down 2 layers and then runs make all. So, okay. Apparently, I just had to run a make clean because I put an RM in the path, which apparently it likes. All right, so did we actually get binaries that time, though? So wind. Yeah, okay, we got a chomp that time, so that helps. So maybe I just had to do a manual clean? I don't know. Wind S and make. Okay, it's doing the chunky file compiler. God, that sounds interesting. Okay. Like, what's a chunky file? Is that like a type of salsa? All right. No, May 5th, 2022. We got this working on my birthday. Woohoo! So, I do actually want to dig out. Well, that built all targets. That did actually build all targets. So that's interesting. Let's go to the top level folder. Object file. WinS. So what exactly did we build? So we built a bunch of chunks. What do these get used for? Let's see here. So texture models, sound effects, and more. So when I saw in your... So I'm guessing we probably need the stuff that's on these other CDs. Yeah, like this is like just a copy of the base original. Like CD3 looks like the thing that they actually shipped. Because you have the basic 3D movie maker here. CD9 has a bunch of the other AVI files. 12 is like a different variant of the source code, but I don't know if anyone knows what this is. It's probably just a default association. Let's see here. Okay. Just seeing what else is in here. I don't, like I said, I don't know if there's any point in trying to use the Unicode builds. And then, yeah, so there's those three. And then you have, like, image. And then you have the installer stuff here, but this probably would require a lot of pain and suffering to use. Although some of the files here have been... Oh, it's probably date modified because that's when I checked it out. Because I believe this is just install shield. Like, I'm nearly certain this is just install shield. Diamond, yeah. So just basic cabinet files. God. Yeah, well, I don't know how important having the original installer is. I mean, a zip file would work for like 90% of people. Or we could put, you know what, we can make it into an MSI file so we can deploy it via Active Directory to some unsuspecting group. So let's see if we can get the debug rendered build to work, because if we can get the debug version to build, that means the WinS and the WinD targets will both build. I don't think there's any value in trying to get WinUD and WinUS building, unless we want to try and get the Japanese language support. But there are better ways to do that than how it was done in 1994. So I'm that's kind of like a, if I'm going to go for that much trouble, question mark. Well, it probably won't be that bad, but at least now we are... at least we're now going the right direction. So if we want to do a debug build of BRender, I think I just have to set the flag to debug. Like, I just think... like, set invend.bat. Yeah, I think I just have to set the variable set debug1, and that would do it. So let's try that. So let's because the debug build of 3D Movie Maker will output a log file to the root of the file system, telling you various debug information. So, like, if that's all it takes, let's just see if it works. So well, I just saw that the debug flag is not being set, which is annoying. I probably has to be set like here. Let's take a look at the top level thing. Wrong VS Code. Figures I close the VS Code window after I'm done with it. So BRender. Getting really sick at looking at make files. Not gonna lie. I've been making files all day. Like, I don't know how I do feel like this entire build system just needs to be thrown into the sun. Oh, wow, that pun was worse on levels that I was not planning on. One of the other things I've noticed is that there is code missing here. It tries to build a ZS library, but it's not there. But it doesn't seem to be needed, so yay. Alright, so how do we enable debug? Build debug. Well, that's easy. Yeah, I think I just have to set the build flag to debug. Well, I like it when it's easy. Because if we can get both targets running with just one thing, it would be nicer. Set build debug? Well, that's not the window I want it to be. Set build debug. I do wonder how hard it would take 3D Movie Maker to a newer version of BRender, but it looks like the ABI changed a lot in the interim years. Like, it doesn't look like it's going to be that straightforward. Okay. Alright, so that should be the debug version built. Let's see if we throw the libs down. So we go to libs. So these should all be the debug versions. Did it actually build the debug flag? Let me check that. No, it did not. So hold on. What did I do wrong? If build equal debug, and build should be, if build equals build release, set build equal debug, base type, I guess I have to modify that bat file to build it. Wow, this build system. No, setting it to build is not going to do what you want to do. We'll say it's a fascinating dive into software. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, depend. Okay, fingers crossed. How's it already 2 p.m.? Wow. Time flies when you're compiling software. All right. So if that's actually a debug build, and it is, let's throw that into the... I should have probably cleaned out that folder before I built it, but... Yep, that works. Okay. Well, this will at least make it easier, a lot easier to build 3D Movie Maker in preparation for future stuff. And like, I know I'm being lazy about the library files. Alright, so if we try that, 3MDD, alright, so object windy kvars and make, because I'll do the debug build. Let's see if we can actually build a debug version of this. Yeah, see, it doesn't build the tools. Let me do and make clean. Doesn't know how to build. Didn't I fix that? Could have sworn I fixed that. Okay. Namas, thank you for the $20 donation. And we are definitely making headway on this. It's slow, but steady. I did fix that. Oh, I missed it here. Okay, well, that works. Yep. Yeah, I want to make sure we can do both a debug and a release build. And then... Yeah, so apparently you do have to hit the clean target. I guess there's build artifacts that need to be removed from the Git repo. It's just figuring out what those actually are. It's a little easier said than done. Okay, cool. That works. Okay, and that updates that. So... Oh, wow, my leg suddenly fell asleep. Alright. Doesn't know how to build target. Does it maybe not use the debug build? I guess maybe it doesn't use the debug build on this one? Question mark? Like, do you want the static, this one? Apparently, that's what it wanted. Alright. You know, I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay. Wait, do we have another large donation I missed? I feel like the fundraiser number has gone up a lot more. Yeah, we've raised a full 1,000. I thought I read all them out as they've come, but I feel like that went up when I wasn't looking. Okay, we have the debug build building. I'm feeling kind of optimistic, not gonna lie. Alright, 3D Movie Maker, debug. Let's see if this one actually runs and, you know, does stuff. I guess it doesn't want a debug build at BRender. The debug thing might be completely internal to Argonauts. Alright, and this has to run as administrator. Although I probably have that set in compatibility. because it puts a log file at the root of the file system. Yeah, run this program as administrator. Well, this is going off well. Just like all good debugging, you just click ignore until the problem goes away.
Well, hello there. My name, if I may present myself, is McZ. Nice to finally
Okay,
meet you.
there we go. Oh,
Face to face. Let's see. To go to I'll pack the help machine.
okay.
In case you have any.
Yeah, so I did build the debug build on with the original libraries as Foone dug them up. So there's definitely some compatibility issues.
So you can see all of the actors you can use in your movie. And let's see a few other things.
Yeah, I think I gotta turn off VLC before it drives me a little bit crazy. And there we go.
Need any help, just click me.
It's interesting that it didn't require it's re-showing the intro, which makes me think it's using a different registry key. But man, imagine if reality was like that. You could just get on a shopping cart, jump on a bunch of train tracks, and now you're at work.
No, wait. I'm your amigo Carlos. I don't know. I'm a cheesecake.
I love cheesecake.
You have to wonder like how the cheesecake thing came. You probably have to feel like that's like it was an inside joke.
The pages from the talent book. Hey, wherever you go, keep your eyes open for the rest of the pages, okay? They could be anywhere.
McZ, are you coming?
Yeah, I'll be right there.
Remember the carpet bag.
Okay, thanks, Melanie. See you inside.
Okay. Alright. So let's... Alright, let's watch a movie.
Here are today's feature films. Select the name of the movie you want to open.
Let's
Click the OK button.
look at a tour of the Misty City. I can get behind this.
Ciao, welcome to the lobby. Buttered popcorn.
Not bad. Not bad at all. I guess it makes sense that the debug thing always shows all the animations, because that way you know if something broke. Okay. 2, 1. I mean, that's looking good. That's looking really good. I mean, I've seen YouTube videos with not as good editing, you know. Okay. Mall. Well, the frame rate is period correct. I mean, given the time period this is from, this is actually really impressive. I mean, it's 3D, it's pre-rendered backgrounds with a few moving assets. I mean, this is essentially how Final Fantasy VII was done.
Hey, that was excellent. What should we do now?
Okay, I think we can call that a success. We still probably should look at stubbing out the audio. Though, okay, so let's take a look here. So there should be a log file. I had a log file on... Well, that's interesting. I don't have a log file. I had a log file on NT351 from 3D Movie Maker. But, apparently I don't. I mean, the 3D Movie Maker's initial release was 94. I mean, by 94 standards, making that run on, or I shouldn't say initial release. It was initially gone into development, and was definitely shipped at the end of 95. It's probably one of the very last programs in Microsoft that was primarily developed on Microsoft Visual C++ 2. It could be a hidden file. Let's see here. Now, how do I re-enable hidden files? No hidden file. It might just be glitched out on Windows 10 or 11. But, yeah, I'm calling that a victory. So, we could go a little further today. If we add if-dens to remove the audio driver, we would be able to remove the last binary blob. And Dylan McDonald, thank you for the 256 Mexican peso donation. Okay. So, God, I miss being able to. I miss visiting Mexico. I had a lot of good times. So a few years ago, I was assigned to work out of Houston, and I gotta tell you, that was probably one of the worst trips I ever had. So I had my truck there, so I decided to drive into Mexico, and let me tell you that the process of bringing a American vehicle into Mexico is measured in literal centimeters of paperwork. But I road tripped all through Mexico, did a lot of, saw some really amazing things, and I really wanted to go back for a while. I'm not too worried about the log file as of yet. That's something that can be solved another day. I don't know if I really want to do the marathon 12-hour stream again. I don't think I'm that crazy. I mean, I'm fairly crazy, but I'm not that crazy. This is what we should do. Is we should at the moment do make cleans on all targets. Let's clean up the source repos a little bit. And then let me think about if we want to try and build an audio free one, because that will remove the last blob. That would set the groundwork to orient to more modern tools. We'd still, I just wanted us to make clean. I didn't want to actually build. Wow, that's kind of an annoying behavior. I only want you to clean. Let's see here. Make file. I mean, is there a flag that you have to do with nmake? It's. I feel like there's a flag with nmake to tell it not to build the all. Or maybe that was just doing the clean. No, that's doing a lot more than I want to do. nmake. Build all evaluated targets. Yeah, I just want to do a clean. Well, there's no warnings as of yet because we're building it on the correct compiler. Oh, that means you've had to deal importing vehicles into Mexico. I've read a lot about that on people that have moved. The correct answer seems just buy a car in Mexico unless you have absolutely no choice. But let me explain what the Mexican vehicle import procedure is like. And this might be a few years out of date, but the way you do it is you first drive to the Mexican border, which isn't that hard. Then you see a lot of signs that you are now leaving the United States. This is then followed by a lot of signs saying that this is not followed by a lot of signs. This is followed by a stoplight in Largo that just makes you think you've entered Mexico. The next step is you have to find the Oficina de Migración, which in Largo, you make 3 left turns, go under the bridge that you came into Mexico under. It's on the left with the sign facing in the wrong direction. And you will go around in circles about 3 or 4 times before you actually find it. Let's see here. So after doing that, you now park your car, and you're going to spend a lot of time in the immigration office. Now, fortunately, it's color-coded and signed, and everyone is really friendly, but you're going to hate your life. The first step is you have to enter Mexico yourself. So for Americans, we need what's called a forma multiple migration. That is line 1, and all I have to do is show my passport, fill out a small form, say how many days I'm staying in Mexico, yada, yada, yada. They hand me a slip of paper and a stamp in my passport. Congratulations. I am legally in Mexico. Now I have to bring the car legally into Mexico. And this is where it starts going all downhill. The next thing you got to do is stand in line to get insurance for your vehicle, because you have to have insurance to get a migration permit. So, you stand in line for a really long time. You need a copy of your title and registration. You do not need a copy of it translated into Spanish. I've seen people claim that, but at least they didn't bug me about it. So, you stand in line, you explain the amount of coverage you want. Again, relatively straightforward. You pay. You get out your credit card or cash or whatever, and you get a insurance policy that's good for however long you're staying in Mexico for. Now you have that, you can now continue on to the next lane, which is getting the what's it called? It's the SVD. It's the migration permit for the car. You're now in line 3, and the form that you fill out depends on how many years how old your car is. Because if your car is less than 14 years old, you have to pay a bond on it to make sure you actually leave Mexico with it. You stand through this line. I should tell you that this is like 110 degrees weather Fahrenheit in the middle of summer in an office with no air conditioning. So you do all that, and assuming you do it all correctly, an agent will then come out to your vehicle, inspect it, and then put the migration sticker on your windshield that shows that you've successfully completed this step. And then you'll have a lot of really fancy paperwork. You can then get in your car and drive to the Guardia 21, which is the 21st kilometer checkpoint, where you have to go through all this again to verify that you've entered all your steps correctly. And then at that point, you have successfully brought a car into Mexico. It was worth it. It was completely worth it. But it was also an experience. Yep. I can imagine it. I've heard that bringing foreign cars into the United States as a U.S. citizen is a nightmare. So I can't. I have to imagine it's the same thing because, wow, it's like really annoying. I just want to clean. I don't want to just. Oh yeah, it's -D. That's all I have to do. No, that's not all I have to do. I don't want to build stuff. I just want to... That. Alright. It's actually a few more files here. Get rid of the PCH. Get rid of the PDB. Okay, so... Let's just continue with the cleanup here. Okay. Start.res. chelp.res. Okay, I think that's everything. Yeah, okay, I do actually think that's everything. So git add make file. So this will also just help just clean out a lot of clutter from the repo. But you know, less clutter is always a good thing. Let's see our object files. When S. That is a lot. That is a messy, messy build directory. Alright. I know it's not the most interesting thing, but unfortunately, cleanup is an important part of life when doing software development. Alright, so what else do we need to deal with? I do think I'm going to keep the elibs committed, even though I don't think we're going to use them. Like the ideal scenario here. Let's see here. Is we can get everything building off like a unified build system. Okay. RM object. Object. Yeah. So just get rid of everything we don't need. Because some of these files are auto-generated, like this one. And then those batch files probably need to be tossed. Okay, so delete star.i, star.map. Because a lot, like, okay. Alright, let's see here. Get rm I, get rm map. Alright, so object when s, get rm map, get rm I. Okay then, and then why is that file? I swear, Git's half sensitivity drives me a little bit bonkers. Okay, so apparently these batch files are automatically updated, so those can go. Source Studio. Chunk. A cleaned up repo is a happy repo. Wins, makefile, git. Probably need to figure out which one of those libraries I need to add. elib win_s git add git status. Oh. Yeah, we're basically doing a lot of cleanup, although I should probably figure out which one of these files I do and do not need. Because I did accidentally commit a bunch of them that I don't need. So, you know, nice clean stuff, because I will send a pull request to Foone's 3D Movie Maker Forever branch. They can merge it in if they so choose. So looks like only 3 of these files are actually used. So that one's used. That one's okay, hold on. Which ones are actually used? I hate this. Okay, BFR MMF is not used. Get RM. Check here. This is the easiest way, is if I just... Yep, that one's used. That one isn't. That one is. And then probably the other ones aren't. Nope, that one can go away. Get RM. Get RM. Cool. All right, that handles that. And now I just got to do that. This one, I have to do the same thing, but we can just... you know what? Cool. All right. That should actually do it. Actually, we do want to remove bren.h because that one's built on the fly. Bren.h. Okay, it's already been removed, so that's fine. No, hold on. Cool. All right, that is what I'm calling a nice and cleaned up repo. The CD is actually used for loading files, so stubbing out the check isn't actually viable until we have it working with all the files in a local directory. Whew. I mean, what I could really do is I've got Windows on NT PowerPC hardware. I can run the MIPS version on an emulator. I actually do have an RT Surface, although the tablet screen is cracked. And I could probably find someone, like, if I could get someone to send, you know, if I could find a Raspberry Pi 4 at a semi-reasonable price, we could even do it on ARM64. Okay, so major repo cleanup -s. Okay. All right, I am calling that a victory, though. Git push. Cool. All right. Thinking about what comes next. Let me just pull the chat. I'm gonna step away from keyboard and stretch my legs. Keep going. to try and remove Audio Man. Yeah. Because this is coming up on the 6-hour mark, so I'm going to let you guys decide for a bit. I'm going to take a brief siesta, maybe just eat something for a moment. So let's pull the logo up. Oh, the logo's probably... You know, I probably closed the logo and it broke, but okay. Alright, I'll be back in a little bit. Be back a minute or two, I'm guessing more realistically. So... This is the voice of world control. One of these days. One of these days. Yep. I got it. It's fixed. I'm pretty sure I'm still muted, apparently. You can really tell how the lag is affecting some people, probably because we had the desync earlier, so some people are definitely in the past. Wow, $50 donation from Anonymous. Holy cow. Let's keep the good times going, folks. Apparently, my suffering is for a good cause. There we go. Definitely. Okay. Let's see here. So if we want to try building without Audio Man, we need to go to Object. And we need to... It's in one of the make files. I just have to figure out which one it is. Because I don't want to delete the binary file itself. I just want to remove it. I believe it's in Studio. It's in the Studio make file. Because once all the binary objects have been removed, it's possible that we'll be able to start porting it to a new thing. And we'll also be able to see just how bad it's going to be to fully deblob it. That being said, we might be able to convert Audio Man into a freestanding DLL, which would at least make it possible for us to work around it being obsolete. But audio code typically is a lot simpler than video and 3D rendering code. So let's figure out where that is. So here we go. Compile rules. Audio lib. Okay, so you're probably in a higher file. Like you're probably like one of the make file definition rules. Because this handles all the studio help. Where's that top level definitions file? Maybe it's under engine? I don't think it's under engine. Let's see here. Object file. Can I root rules? Let's see here. All right, you know what? This is a job for grep. Well, right now I'm just going to rip it out. I looked at doing this before we had the build objects. So it's mostly understanding how good / bad the rest of this is going to be. So, right, you know, this is why I need to remember running grep on Windows is a bad idea, because it's really, really slow. I bet if I open a console on Linux, or, well, okay, there we go. Okay, so audio lib. Is here. Okay. So that we handled. Oh, sorry. That's probably going to be loud mic thing. So let's comment these out. And then make these empty defines. Like that. Well, right now I want to make what's called a dummy port, because if we can run it without audio, it means that we have no binary dependencies left, which is a very good place to be. All right, so I'm going to build the ship target because it's a little bit simpler. Huh. Okay, so apparently we did actually need that file. So, git revert, or is it nmake? Let me just do a clean, see if that actually brings that file back. Because I saw that file get rebuilt. Okay, I guess that file is actually needed. Check, what is it? check out source CDC 386C head -1. Okay. It's actually not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to do a checkout. It's, what is it? Is it a revert that I'm trying to think of? Get revert head 1. Other way around. Revert commit, get cherry pick. Damn it, why can't I remember how you actually roll a file back and get revert file to previous commit. Apparently checkout is the way to do it. Okay, then we'll just do it with checkout. So maybe I find the checkout command that works. Okay, cool. Is it the other file that it doesn't need, or does it need both files and it just updates it as they go? Yeah, okay, apparently it needs both files as it goes. No, because reset would just reset it to the last one it was at. So okay, so these files actually do, or no, I guess it did actually put it back into the stage for commit folder. Okay. CDC 3. So I apparently cleaned the repo a little bit too hard. This is fine. Everything is fine. That's why we have source control. It's a little weird that those files get changed every time I rebuild this, though. Okay, so that should just build without any fanfare. And that's where we get the symbol linking errors that we got last time. So let's grab these. Notepad. So sound admin is basically the one we need to go to. And I wanted to add, what I want to do is I want to be able to control this through a define. So we go to, so this would be in source, sound admin. Let's see here, sound admin here. So alloc loop filter. So, all right. So this basically puts together, this basically caches audio for handling loops. Let's see here. So failed, if failed, cert. All right, so let's add a new define, because a good chunk of this code would probably be used. So if we get rid of the audio man, just... Oh, I shouldn't have done a clean there. Oh, well. If we do remove the audio man header, just how much of this file is just going to go? Which is probably a large... Yeah, that's a lot of broken file. Oh, I should stop using clean. I really should stop using clean. All right. Let's see here. I mean, it basically tells me everything I have to stub out. Because none of this audio man stuff is going to be usable unless the source code for it actually comes out. So I'm thinking... Let me see here. So there's this sound manager code here. And this is like a top level class. So maybe there's an easier solution to this. Like, where is this instanced? Because this, if we go to here, class SDAM, which would be for audio man. Like, could we just remove this build from the could we just remove this file from the build by itself and just use the base class? Like, is the base class complete enough to do so? And the answer, I think, is maybe. Yeah, I'm guessing they probably had multiple sound manager code. Because this was definitely used on multiple platforms. I mean, because we saw the Macintosh build stuff. Sound manager class, sound V. So what do you get inherited from? Yeah, so this is the version of this from Mac. So you get inherited from this base class, as do you. It's interesting. So there's apparently a sound MQ? Because the way they were building the Mac versions, they were using the cross-development kit for Windows, which basically lets you take a Windows program and easily build it for classic Macintosh. It's a product that died. It was not a popular product, and it died a pretty quiet death, although it was used internally in Microsoft for a long time. But, I mean, there's not that many functions here. So, let's... Where do you get instanced? Because you need to... You have to get instanced somewhere. So if I look at... If we take a look at, say, 3DMM... Can I... Well, that doesn't help. That doesn't help at all. Port of it, Kanai, I have no idea how you pronounce it. It's basically a codec, sort of thing. Like, if you go here to the glossary, it talks about it. It doesn't really explain it in detail, but it's very clear that this library in and of itself, not the whole thing, has a Macintosh target that uses the Macintosh cross compiler to build. That's the cross development kit, which basically is just Microsoft Foundation classes, part of the C library, and I think a few bits of the Win32 API. Not a lot. From when I looked at it. Like, you can see here, here's the Mac standard definition files. And they were building with both Microsoft's C compiler, and semantic. So, so type define class, pointer to sound manager, SDM. So what's this K class? I guess that's probably what I'm looking for. No. Let me figure out where this is initialized. I mean, this can't be this hard. As he says, going slowly mad. Okay, so apparently it's defined in app B. So let's go there. Okay, so this looks like this is okay, so this does fint sound. Alright, so where are you defined? You're defined here. Like if we look at this creates new sound manager, creates the MIDI playback device. So there's sound M and then sound AM. So what's sound AM? Or what's sound M versus sound AM, I should say. Because if we can do without one of them... Now, I think this is just construction for the bass manager, viability, sound manager, find config. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to go with a different approach here. Let's just exclude that file entirely. Sound AM. You need to be probably here. Yeah. Because the MIDI stuff shouldn't require anything special. Oh. Oh. No sound not implemented yet. But we needed you! Actually, that would have been really useful. That's annoying. You had a dummy port. You were planning to make a dummy port. And then you didn't. So I am vaguely curious. You were supposed to bring balance to the force. But I am curious if we just completely undefine this. Like, because you create this instance right here, and what is this actually used for? So this adds device here. Like, is this a public member of the API? I'm looking at this, and I don't think it is. Well, hold on. Let's... What is this getting assigned to? This is getting assigned to... probably a top-level variable. You get assigned to a global. So where does this actually get used? You get used in a lot of places, but it looks like you're actually all gated like on null checks. Like if we look here on video, yeah, see if you look here at video, it properly checks. It's easy they could be missing one. But we might actually just be able to get away with removing the initialization code and that object. Like, I think we can just... Like, I know this is going to bite me in the butt. Like, it's not going to be this easy. Or I should probably make this end-define no audio. Okay. And then... we can set that as a global config flag somewhere. Somewhere, make definitions. Okay, so here's the debug flag. Here's all the flags. So we want Windows, Win32, define no audio. Okay. Okay, so that's fine. So still got a few things we gotta clean up here. So you get cleaned up, you get cleaned up. Detect leaks and then PS admin new. I mean, that gets flushed. So obviously we're missing a symbol here, which is probably hidden under our... Let's see here. Ah, here we go. So if define... No, actually this need... I had this right the other way. So no audio. No audio. And now we just gotta get rid of that detect leaks thing. I feel like I have this back to front. Hold on. No, hold on. If not defined, no audio. And then on the make file, I define no audio. Ah, there we go. Okay, and then apparently I have a mismatched pair. I just have to find the other one that I'm missing. Ah, end if like that. Well, that linked. I'm not going to pretend it's going to work, but it linked. Okay, so Bren and make, that one shouldn't matter. Source, so object, Win S. I'm not convinced that this is going to work, but maybe. Oh, right. We have to get the tools to build. But that actually did build the thingamajiggy. The wow, I'm using all technical terms here because technical terms are awesome. All right. So that should build all the tools. I am curious more about the kid spacing because I remember that being like a real big thing on. There used to be like this entire kid space shell that I remember like on Packer Bell computers when I was a kid, and I wonder if that was actually a Microsoft product because I'm seeing a lot of references to it. Okay, so that time we got the utilities. Okay, it wasn't as easy as I was going to hope, but it may not be that bad. Let's take a look at the engine. Actually, before we do that, I need to make some commits. Restore accidentally deleted files. Okay. Okay, there we go. Because I probably want to do this on a branch. But one step at a time. So if the engine stuff is what files didn't want, so that's a fair number of symbols all in the engine. Hoping this is all relatively straightforward to clean up. Let's see here. Source engine. So S record. We'll just go right down the line. So this basically allocates a buffer, get audio mixer. Yeah, so this entire function just becomes if not define, no audio, do stuff, else return F false. And then okay. So if undefined no audio, else return, because this is just a void function, and then we need to add that to the make file for engine. Actually, that might already be there. Let me see here. Because it's all like one. Yeah, it's already there. So let's do an mmake. Mismatched pair, that's fine. Alright, so else. Not defined there. Where's the other place I did it? Yep, forgot up here. Okay. Yeah, okay, we are definitely going... Okay, so sound to wave. If and define no audio. And if. Okay, so that handles all the undefines there. Now we need to do all the ones in engine.c, or not engine.c, in ms sound, or m sound. So that would be alloc convert filter. So okay, this entire function. So if not defined, no audio. That's a long function. Okay. Wow, we're down to one unresolved external. That was like all of it. All of it. Okay, so the one unresolved external is install, which comes from... I'm not... Okay. Install. That should be the last symbol. 1L. Right, because it's an 8-character limitation. So where's that file live? Source Studio. Ah, cool. And then format tag details. Okay. So I think all I gotta do here is if define no audio. And then and if no audio, because that turns off the conversion. Because I know it will play without audio. Okay, so it looks like there's still some more stuff here. So tag details, are you used somewhere else? Oh, you are used somewhere else. Oh, no, hold on. Hey, it built. It actually built. Fingers crossed. All right. Let's see if we have a working... Let's see if we have it. Well, we have a 3D movie.exe. I would be surprised if it's actually that easy. So 3D Movie Maker. Replace. All right, chat. How much do you have faith in me? Like, I'm going to let that run. My legs are starting to cramp up, so we might start wrapping the stream up here in a little bit, but give me a moment and then we'll pick this right back up. Okay. Oh. All right, I'm back. I've had, all right. You guys have a lot of faith in me. I'm really impressed. Let's see if it works. That's fine. Well, it didn't crash. Wasn't quite what I was going for. Apparently, if someone has already done this, I just don't know how hard it was. Bjork had it working. So, okay. I know the code I stubbed out. I think I just have to make this a success. Like, you know, the sound of silence is the sound of silence. I didn't want to make a new copy. I wanted to override the file. Okay. Windows, you're driving me a little bit mad. Okay, you're driving me a lot mad. Alright, 3D. Try again. No, wait, what? Go back. Control C. Control V. Well, it started. And then unexpectedly exited. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. So, it started, it just didn't stay running. Probably one of those initialization checks. I probably going to need a debugger from this part. I really don't want to do that. That's a bit... That's a slight sad. Yeah, I know it tried to crash when it played audio. There is a way to disable the audio. Like, it shouldn't need it. Like, Yeah, that was task failed successfully, all right. All right, let me think about this. So the initialization code, it would be near WinMain is what I'm looking for. So create the studio. I'm looking for the CD chat because it's going to be around there. Because, let's see here. Insert the... Okay, so it's an engine. Okay. Engine utest. Or studio utest, I guess. CD-ROM. Okay, so this initializes all the product names, reads titles, installed 3D movie maker stuff. Apparently they had various variant versions of this, although that could integrate. Okay, bad actor string table. Let's see here. Application splash here. Okay, here we go. Play the splash sound. So it tries to do this and then fails. Ah, here we go. That's where it failed. Okay, all right. Well, that. That was easy enough. I have my feelings that that's not going to be the only problem, but we'll see. Well, I had that problem come back. Did I undo something in this file? Okay. I'm not going to worry about that. Alright, so now we need to go here. Grab that. Grab that. Let's see if we get something a little bit more. Hey! Well, that was surprisingly easy. Okay, let's watch a movie.
Hola, hey, let's go see a movie.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I guess it makes sense because the AVI files are would have their own audio system. Task failed successfully. Task failed successfully. Alright, so... Yeah, I'm watching chat. You guys are being a little preemptive on the congratulations. Alright, so... Alright, let me think about that. So, it's probably something that very similar to this, where it tries to play a sound, it fails, and then goes completely nuts. Finding that's going to be a little bit hard. I am sort of thinking... You know, it's not probably... I didn't really want to do that, but yeah. Doing a no-op VP sound M might be a better way to do this? Let's take a look here. Like if we go back, so that exists. Like if we grab this, where was it? It was in. I think I want to git stash and go back to the way this repo was. I mean, this is probably not that hard to fix, but oh, hold on, it's gracefully exiting, so it's probably hitting a null check. Let me just let's take a look here. So source PV sound M. Where is this actually referenced? I mean, it's not actually used in that many places. It's used in movie. It's used in browser. S-record. Let me just see how bad making a dummy class is going to be. That's going to be up here. Sound M. Would that be sound M or sound H? I mean, there's a lot of code here. Because I think one is for handling the movie stuff, which is a separate sound class, then not. Stream, add reference, because this is all COM object code. That's kind of why I want to just stub out the whole thing. Let me just see how hard this is going to be, and then we'll... It may be still better to do a stub one in the long run, but I want to at least get an idea of how bad this is. Because it's definitely only in a handful of areas. So Studio Browser... Studio Browser. All right. So sound M release stop all. Yeah, okay. So there are definitely places where it just kind of YOLOs it, and that's that. So no, the correct thing here is to do a stash, and let's go back. This is not the right approach. So now that that's stashed, my working tree should be back to before I made any changes. And then we need to go to the definitions file. Okay. That's because that's going to be in the top level of this directory. There we go. Wow, it only takes me 3 clicks to actually click on it. So audio library. Alright, so this we still want to keep as a null. Audio lib equal. Lib equal. And then we go down here to audio libraries. And then Lexer, scripting, Motorola stuff. Come on, where was the sound stuff? Send the rules file. Base objects, file objects. Yeah, here we go, sound. So this was the one we have to get rid of because this is the one that doesn't work. So if we take that file and then we go why am I not seeing it? Source setup object source. And we go to sound mm like that. Now we create a new file, sound null cpp. And now we begin the ripping. Now we just basically start ripping everything out. Okay. Okay. Now let's add sound.null to the object list. Because I want to get most of this fun. If this is really being implemented as a COM object, which I mean it looks like it, I need a lot of this code to stay here. But a lot of it we can just rip right out. So let's just go right down from the top and just get rid of what we don't need. So stream block, query interface, that's fine. Reference count, read some stuff. Insert this. Probably have to return no error. Yeah, so return. Was that what it was called? Yeah, no error. Yep. Okay, lots and lots of build failures. That's exactly pretty much what I expected. 17. Okay. Probably, like, see, I don't know what these RT class stuff is used for. Maybe I need to leave those header files in because, and then we just rip out the code as we need it. This is at least tell me, it'll at least be similar to what's already there. Yep, okay. Alright, no, that helps. So, let's see here. PA mix. So that'd be down here. So yeah, so you just get initialized right to true because you don't do anything. These being... Is the multex actually used for anything? Like, seriously? It's probably part of, like, yeah, these need to go. Well, I'll wait until I have a linker failure, and then I'll rip them out. Because the less I rip out, the less likely I am to break it. So this is another void function. This whole thing goes away. Pause queue goes away. Really hoping there's not going to be timing issues with this. Okay. Notify. This goes away. Okay. Ah, so much stubbing, so much wow. Okay, so you actually do return a data, but I don't think it actually matters. I really hope it doesn't matter. Okay, that goes away. I think this entire function goes away. Okay, that becomes true. Yeah, we're basically just creating a null audio port. Like, let's see here. How's this looking when we do it? I mean, it's getting better. So set VLM. I mean, there's not a lot of code left here. Because when I was testing this on Windows NT, it did run even though I didn't have a working sound driver. So I think as long as it doesn't run into like a weird assertion, it will probably be okay. I hope. It might be more pedantic than that. So I think that's a... No. Still got some code up here that needs to go away. So you just become all F true. And so do you. Okay. And this will be return PV null. Like, I'm not even sure how much of this API is used. PV nil. Almost. VLM cursor. You need to return return 0. Because 0 is always a valid return argument. Okay, notify sync. And it wants that symbol. Hopefully it'll take it with that. I'm less than convinced. Alright, so win S and make. We don't have the source code to Audio Man. Microsoft is working on it, but I don't know if they will or will not. As long as, and the thing is that this binary object is a static library. It's not a DLL. So while we have it, we are entirely stuck on Visual Studio C. Yeah, doing a null port, that was frig. That's where I'm going with that. Like, didn't I already... I guess I shouldn't have stashed so hard. But alright, that's fine. The stashing I did probably will be a bit different this time. So, let's go back to definitions, because we're going to need to add a deflag. Win32. We need D, no audio. And then we have to try and stub this out again. I mean, we'll have some audio. We just won't have audio for, like, the multimedia stuff. So, it's all in the engine. So, here's the engine. S record. Okay, so this entire function is if def no audio, and because it's a void function, okay, so that should I didn't mean to clean there, but it's definitely a few things that we'll have to deal with. Oh, that might have actually built. That may have been it. Because it's doing the chunky file compiler. No, I was just doing a clean. Okay, it's not done yet. It's not done yet. Alright. Figured, yeah, there was no way it was that easy. Okay, so get audio man mixer. Why do I keep doing clean? Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is all fine. Everything here is wonderful. Everything here is good. Alright. So what else in this file do we have to worry about? Okay, so there's still get audio man mixer somewhere. Or is it not getting built with... Let's see here. Oh, if not defined. Okay. Not going to clean it that time. I learned. Okay, so sound to wave. And then you, no audio. Else, return F true. Okay, so that just leaves M sound. So alk convert filter. So this entire function, this really, really giant function, it's a really giant function. I have that distinct feeling it's not going to be that easy, but we'll see. Okay. So, convert filter. Okay. Okay, so tag format details. Format, tag, format. Format. Or is that in a different file? Oh, yeah, it's in a different file. I mean, it's not like we haven't already done this. Let's see here. So minstall was in Studio. Tag format. Right, so here, if no audio, else, return success, and if. I've got my doubts that this is actually going to work. Like I really do. Because that sound intermixing code is going to make saving and loading stuff really, really clunky. But maybe we can... I mean, basically we're going to need a lot of conversion stuff to and from... to and from the proprietary formats used. Now, hopefully they're more or less documented. Alright, let's replace file. And see if it starts up. Why do I have audio? I shouldn't have audio. I wasn't supposed to hear sound there.
Hola, hey, let's go see a movie.
Although maybe that was
It might be funny, maybe scary.
like here I expect audio because of video for Linux. I mean, it's playing. Oh, good. There's the crash. There's the crash. I was wondering when it was going to crash, and there it is. 3D Movie Maker ended unexpected, trying to clean up. Which means it's probably failing a check somewhere. That's going to be really annoying to video for... Okay, I've been streaming. What time is it? What time is it? It's 4 p.m. I've been going for 7 hours. I'm sort of tempted to wrap it up here. We've raised an additional $1,000, which is quite frankly outstanding. You know, $3,200 right then and there. If there's already a branch with AudioMan working disabled, I'm sort of going around in circles. I have to go find the 3D Movie Maker Discord and take a look there and figure out the next steps. Because now that we've got BRender building, let me go full screen because I'm it's time for a little conversation. Full screen, droid cam, because I don't really want to do another 12-hour stream. And bring it a bit lower. There we go. So here's where we are. We have BRender working, and with help from Bjork, we did figure out how to get the 1.12 BRender source to work with 3D Movie Maker. Now, there's still a decent chance that Microsoft will come through, and we will be able to get the AudioMan sound driver. If there's already a patch that works, that's also good. The largest problem is I'd either have to use WinDebug, and I'm not sure WinDebug can read those PDB files. The format has changed over the years. I might actually have to go back to Windows NT 351 if I want to have a working debugger. And it's not going to be that trivial, because from what I saw in the code, it blows an assert, and then I crash out a fair bit away from where we were. Going past that point, I'm going to need to start replacing that assembler code with C code. We'd have to get building with a modern compiler. That's probably the first step. Then we could get a built with Visual Studio 2022. Although maybe I'd go with an older one just for compatibility reasons. Get it working with a newer MASM. And then whatnot. I'm definitely in two minds about this. And we lost the background audio at some point. Like, let's have a little music in our lives. So, I'm trying to think of where... I'm open to suggestions on where to take this chat. We could look at going to the more modern versions of Visual Studio next. Especially if we have a branch that has the audio man stuff already solved. Figuring out the... oh, wow, my brain is... Yeah, I think my brain has had it. Especially because, 7 hours of doing this nonstop. So I think we're going to wrap it up here. And I'll run a poll on Twitter and on the community page if we want to go for another round with this one. Because if I keep going, it's just going to be me going crazy. Because God knows I have a lack of energy. We have it building and working with the proprietary blobs from Microsoft. We managed to replace the 3D rendering engine BRender with a compiled one, and we had help from someone from from a 3D Movie Maker revival community that I didn't know about. Find a symbol issue. They rebuilt the entire make system. I got the original demake one working. There's no warnings here. We're building with the correct correct compiler. There has been no warnings. The only warnings that we're seeing are a few from demake's internal files, but nothing relating to the source code and files. So, yeah, no warnings. If Microsoft got the AudioMan source code out, it would be a lot easier. I'm questioning how much of this I can really do on streams, because if we need to replace all the assembly code, that's going to be a really lot of tedium. I'm going to have to write a test harness and replace that function by function with equivalent C code. And there'll be byte ordering issues that we're going to have to deal with as well, because I saw typed variables all the way through. It's going to be a massive job to bring this to 64-bit. Not impossible, though. So I think the thing here is I should look up with these other communities and then take it from there. So this is the last chance for any questions, last call. If you want to make any donations to National Network of Abortion Funds, the link is directly below chat. If you want to support me directly, my links are in the description. As far as channel news, hopefully on Monday, I'm not guaranteeing this, but hopefully on Monday, the next major video, which will be an hour and 9 minutes long, will go out to Patreons. I have to review it later today. And hopefully public release coming around Friday. Yeah. The thing is, I'm having trouble ripping out the sound system with what's called basically, when you do this type of software engineering, what you create is called a dummy port, which is basically a sound driver that does nothing, but confirms that all the other code is working correctly, which is what I was trying to do here. But 3D Movie Maker is interlocked with AudioMan and other places in the code, because the code base is split into two sections. Let's bring the transition screen back up. If we look at the base 3D Movie Maker code, we have this Kawaii library. I still don't think I'm saying that right. Which I actually think was part of multiple Microsoft products. They used to have something called KidSpace, or at least some OEMs did, which was like a kid-friendly environment with animated characters and more. And I've seen references to that. Like, you have this kidspace.cpp. If we open this up in VS Code. Yeah. Like KidSpace class implementations, so forth and so on. So this has a sound interface driver, but then 3D Movie Maker also directly talks to the AudioMan stuff, and it's not cleanly abstracted like it is here. Kawaii. Oh, John Friedel the Third, thank you for the $100 donation to National Network of Abortion Funds. That is amazing. Holy cow. So, it is solvable. And part of the reason why this library is better abstracted is they did have a Macintosh build of it, Classic Mac. That's the Mac ASMAC folder. So, but the 3D Movie Maker stuff itself is all intermixed. So, that's not as easy as it would be. Basically, I'm going to have to do a fairly large refactoring job, and without a working debugger, I don't know. It's not just crashing where it is, it's blowing through an assert check. I have to look at the stack. I mean, I could probably get WinDebug working with this, and maybe that's the route we go. But if someone's already solved it, I might as well take advantage of the fact that someone's already solved it. And again, it's partially based off interest. If people, the next live stream I probably am going to do will probably be playing through Doom on AIX, as a full-length stream. Like, we'll load up Final Doom and just play all the way through, just a for fun one. And then after that, we may come back to 3D Movie Maker. We might do something else. As for my next project, I don't know what it's going to be. We'll just take it one step at a time. But, yeah, I think at this point I'm going to wrap it up. So, well, I mean, they did obey the encapsulation principle decently, but this code base is from 1994. I mean, the C++ programming language wasn't even standardized at this point. So, you know, it's definitely, you know, one of those things that has, there are age things here. You know, we're dealing with a 2016 6 to 28-year-old code base. And thank you, Anonymous, for the €5 donation to NNAF. It really does make a huge difference given how much these rights have been under constant assault here in the United States. And, you know, when I first started doing the streaming for charity fundraising, I figured, you know, the Texas heartbeat law was grade A garbage. I didn't expect SCOTUS to actually plan to strike down Roe versus Wade. I really didn't. And, you know, this is what I can do to make things better. This is the tip of the iceberg. And if we can draw the line here, it protects a lot of things. I don't know if we can or can't, but I'm sure as hell going to go down fighting. And I am thinking, I don't know if it's going to be, maybe in June, I may fundraise directly for the Trevor Project. That's probably one of the bigger LGBT support or not-for-profits. Mostly working with LGBT youth. Yeah, no, I know I'm tired because my sentences are coming out a little bit. So no, what leaked were the draft opinions. They were scheduled to release them mid to late June. So the question at this point is, will one of them flip to avoid, you know, based off the leaked drafts? I'm not convinced that it will, but it's just going to get a whole lot worse from where it is right now. So I am thinking I may switch to Trevor Project at the end of May, but I also want to see if we can get this to $5,000. I will say that 3.3 grand raised over 2 streams is better than what we've raised over all the Linux from Scratch ones. So I think before I close this out, I'm going to just remind everyone that the right to choose is a human right, and trans rights are humans' rights. And no one has the ability to dictate your identity. And I don't know what else I can add on to that without, you know, I think that more or less covers it up there in as succinct a way as possible. So, yeah. If folks need to chat, you know, there's a lot of us talking about this on my Discord. The link is in the description. Beyond that, I think it's time. I think I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to take a shower, relax, and then probably work on probably do the final work for the AIX Doom video. So, on that note, this is your host, NCommander, signing out and wishing you all a pleasant day.